Mm. Mm. What the fuck is it? Here, hold on. Okay, can you guys hear me? Sorry, I woke up literally 2 seconds ago. All right, cool. I'm not late for MOASS. Listen, I did a great job buying the dip. All right, Max Powers, thanks for coming along, Johnson, man. Hold on, I'll get the camera's not working. I don't fucking know why. Maybe because it's not on. I'm not sure. Did you bathe in NyQuil? I drank some. Good morning, Chris. Did you see me buy the shit out of that dip with no sleep though? That was insane. Could be FOMO. Our largest volume spike of the day happened after open. What's CVV look like? Live? Okay. Yeah, volume's not coming in yet. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn on my coffee machine. There we go. Which membership tier do we have to buy to hear the We're Not a Cult Yo song?
Yo.
None.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes.
The options don't update for 15 minutes after open, by which time you missed the dip. Maybe not. Don't they have real-time option data you can pay for? Legendary for playing the song. Thanks, man. Awakened from the brine slumber, O pickled one. Maybe wap emblazon us with the brand of deal. Victory will be ours. It was an interesting morning, to say the least, so far. $70,000 shares to borrow. 80,000 borrowed so far. Good morning. Dorito it. There's a Dorito there. You got it, cough burp. ETF shares available, pretty big from yesterday too. I'm not going to take today off though, Jesper. I mean, of all the days. Daily DD's up. All right, so we're bouncing on view up, coming back up. Volumes, yeah. Mysticova. Sorry. Discord audio. Thank you. Discord audio is up. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Everything's good. Cool. What the fuck is this? You planning on buying cheap options around noon? And if you haven't run by then. Shares in IBK are up. It was down 80,000 this morning, right? All caps need filled. It was 40K at close, but it was 150,000 at 7:32 this morning. The options decisions have to be made by Wednesday because of the holiday. I mean, probably. Was that closing, exercising? Probably. Yeah, cash settling. It's also not necessarily just call OI, right? It could be rolling. I hope you read my troll message because it's been on my mind since last night. If Post Malone had Matt Kors had a child, it would look like you. Okay. What's expected volume for the show to be over? Oh, I don't think that's gonna happen. When may be the most opportune window to load up on calls for Feb in April? Probably after this run. What strike you looking at for a potential midday play? I mean, I bought the dip already. I don't know if we'll see another one. currently we look bullish. Like I think we're gonna continue up now. I noticed the last few rounds started at 1 to 2 p.m. Is that likely today? It could be. Hey, Girk, in MOASS Book 3, you said you cannot lose more than you spend up front. Can you explain what type of contracts do present the risk of losing more than you bought it for? If you're selling calls, you can lose more than you purchased them for. Naked calls have infinite risk. That's what market makers write, and that's why they hedge them, or they are supposed to. Market makers don't write covered calls, obviously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gamma exposure. New egg running. It depends on how hard we run, Tupac. I think 280 to 300 is possible, yeah. What's up, Garrick? Thanks for your efforts in the green on options, which I never imagined. What do you think about the gamma spike happening early as found by Eulenixis? Could it mean anything for the cycle? Wait, what? Um, Let me look. I mean, I know about Yella's thing. I don't see how it's happening early. Oh, because it's because of the FTDs from November 3rd, which seem to be being ignored here, I guess. I mean, underlying close higher than the gamma. Okay. There's no roll. I'm not expecting a roll yet. Yeah, we want them to fail. Fail is ideal. Not you. People keep saying roll or fail for today. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's. Go read the DD again. This part of the cycle for everyone watching is nothing to do with the futures contracts whatsoever. The exposure from the futures contracts plays out later. This is just ETF exposure. ETF quarterly and GME monthly options. Um, yeah, the other gamma spike is because of the people FOMOing in, probably people FOMOing into the November 3rd run, right? Because a lot of people bought calls for the November 3rd run. That makes sense. Do they always cover in the afternoon on ETF dates? Not necessarily. Usually. ETFs, the same options, right? 2+2. You draw another 10. Worked well yesterday. Right, but, I believe the SEC or Gensler said something like they're looking at doing contracts for less than 100 shares. Ugh. So retail can gamble for cheaper. Discord audio is definitely working. Did GM do that video about stop losses? ATP. It's 20 minutes long. Probably a later thing. Okay. Yeah, not enough volume. I feel like I'm financially inside you. Last runs were 2 p.m. and 1 p.m. Yeah. Thank you. Hmm. Oh, interesting windmill. Why is Chumi so volatile? Because there's no float. Do they have short shares available? They have 70,000 on IBKR. Let me see if I have information on the. I don't know if I have. Oh, here we go. 2.4 million Fidelity. Where does that 2.4 million come from? Active Trader Pro. Why do we believe it? I mean, theoretically, if you had the money to borrow them, you could. Uh, so that's why it's believable. It's just their inventory of shares to borrow. They have Fidelity has about 3 million that have been there forever. It alternates between like 3.2 million, and I've seen it as low as 300,000 on these runs. But yeah, the number available in Fidelity's basically always stayed the same. It's likely just people with margin accounts, maybe some larger holders. I don't know if you saw this, but Linux posted that the cycle is abnormal because of two gamma spikes before options clearing. Any thoughts? Um, After my cursory read of the DD, I would say that the previous gamma spike that occurred on November 3rd was due to ETF FTDs and people FOMOing in to that run up to $250. I would say that's why we most likely saw an additional gamma spike. Remember that we haven't really had a large fail since last year. So, like this last fail cycle was ETF heavy, and those ETFs were higher. Those ETF FTDs were higher than they were the entire year. So I feel like I'm pretty confident that that's why, but I have to read more when I get a chance later. Do you expect these Feb 300, 350s to ever get cheaper? Maybe not. Out of my 300s, no, I still have them. Yep. Oh, for stop losses, probably. I just bought a few more. No deep in the money puts. Market just dipped. Cool. Mom left their kids, people trampled over each other, degeneracy was overflowing, pigeon whales were recurring, mortgages were yellowed into 510s. Then, like an angel, you descended from the heavens and everything was calm again. Thank you, St. Kirk. Thank you, Super Hot Kitty. I appreciate that. This is the exact same price action we saw at 958 yesterday. Seems quiet. Dayquil. Yeah, this might be a good time for me to grab a coffee and my Dayquil. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. Nice bounce at the 240 resistance, by the way. Um, uh, the market's still slipping. No. Keep going. Is this straight shorting? I don't know because the borrows aren't updated yet. 25,000 borrowed from IBKR 2 minutes ago. Or yeah, 20,000. It looks like shorting. There are some 240 puts and some 235 puts. The 240s would just be in the money now. The OI on this went up a little bit today, but it doesn't look like them being done, right? Like there's no in the money puts or deep in the money puts. We did hit a second gamma spike this week. We hit a second gamma spike this month, and that was back on the 3rd. Without in the money puts, I don't see any indication that they've covered. I've been seeing a few deep out of the money puts for Jan the past 2 days. Thoughts on that? Talking 4 and 7 strikes. Oh, that's probably just people selling in the money CSPs to buy calls. Yeah, everything's dipping. PE ratio, you mean, Dr. Ninja? Yeah, that's a good indicator. Dropping it today to get people to sell their options for the run tomorrow. That's possible. Or the run later today. I'm I'm still not seeing in the money puts come in, so I'm still not afraid that they've covered. Oh, put call ratio? Yeah, it's okay. I thought you were talking about the PE ratio as it applies to the market. I'm kind of like blurry eyed right now. I think people are getting edgy over nothing. This is what I would assume they do before covering. Yeah. Volume's declining. So clear as much of the chain as they can. Cut any stop losses. LRC went up a lot. Do you think it's too late in the week at this point to buy some 280 November 26th? I mean, they're cheap right now, right? What do they cost? Like 5. I mean, why are you looking to see if they buy deep in the money puts, all dates, or just particular all dates? Usually they buy them further out, uh, but they'll buy them. I've seen them buy them close. It's an indicator that they've covered. So once they've stabilized their margin, they just slam the price within the money puts. I'm not. There's like one in the money put that came in today, like deep in the money put. So I'm not super concerned about this dip. If it runs back to where we open, that will push IV up, right? Yeah. Probably after this run is over, but you want IV to drop off a little? Do you mind showing me how you search it? Just want to learn. Sorry. Go to shiftsearch.com. It has live options data. Well, sort of live. But you can check the put OI and volume. Not sure if you talked about this yesterday, but you think they covered Gex from last Friday? No. Yeah, volatility is bad for them. Well, bad for some of them. All right, everyone stop freaking out. We're only down 5%. No, that was Dayquil. I still have to order espresso. So, I wonder how much that cost them. It could have been cheap. But if people sold off options, it saved them a lot of money. Pickle in my jar options account down 58%. Is this it, Hedgies? I want at least 69. Nice, John Claude. Where are you seeing 280C for $5? I think it hit like 5 on the dip. That's even lower now. It's 3. I don't know. When I just looked, it was like a 520, or maybe I was reading the wrong line. Hmm. About 4 shares at 232. Can't afford options. For sure, man. I'm not sure. We might return as low as like 200 again, between um over the next month on the dip. I spotted Jan 22 950 for 500. My plan is to flip the contract for profit over the coming weeks and put that towards Febs. Thoughts on this strat? Yeah, that's a decent way to do it. What does it mean when it says price exceeds aggressive tolerance when trying to buy an option? I have no idea. I've never gotten that warning. As a rule, do you ever expend all your capital or do you hold some for dips like these? Um, Generally speaking, I'll hold some so I can average down. Uh, I averaged down a little on this dip, but higher up. So I bought here and like here today. What do you look for when I try to identify the bottom of the dip? If I'm looking for a reversal, I'll usually look for declining volume. Um, and then, obviously the support resistance boundary. Epic Pen's not working. Oh, is it? Fucking piece of shit. All right, there we go. Yeah, I bought here and here. Might have been like here actually. Here and here. Yeah. Yeah, the spread's still really wide. If we run tomorrow, people got wrecked on market open buys. I wonder if I can 15-minute. Let's see. $8.24 was a Tuesday or a Wednesday? It was a Tuesday, right? Oh, that's 2020. 24 is a Tuesday. I turned around at like between 12 and 12:15. What are tomorrow's lottery numbers and why is the sky blue? This Friday marks the date of the first annual Dan's Giving Festival. Join the Dans to receive your invitation to the exclusive event, itinerary to follow. Oh boy. Can the market being red limit the potential run for today or tomorrow? Historically, no. And the market's not that red. It's only down 0.2%. I guess it's down from its high yesterday, but that was just another test of that long term resistance. So it'll probably consolidate again. Totally normal price movement. Nothing weird here. Exactly. Update Reddit with reason for the dip. Crap. All right. LRC. What's it doing? Oh, opening prayers to Lady VWAP, wine chug, milking of the bull, wine chug, boofing of the pigeon whales, discarded wine bottles, followed by a wine chug, all Dan circle jerk blow bang and firing of the Dan cannon, then more wine chug, marshmallow break reset, wine chug, finale, a human dantipede encircling a dumpster fire, burning an effigy of Kenneth Cordell Griffin. All right. Ooh. Are we picking up a little steam on this? How many shares do they need to roll this period? I mean, I don't think we've seen sufficient volume. And it's not rolling. Everyone stop using the term rolling. It's incorrect. The roll has to do with the futures contract, which is later. This is ETF and GME options exposure. Another fun day watching the market. As always, ready to be heard again. Me too. All right. What's LRC doing? Oh, LRC's back up above $3. Cool. It's just straight up ripping. This is good. We consolidated to the upside. So this is bearish right here. But we broke to the upside. So that's nice. It's a good signal. Do you ever watch MBBO details level 2? 22, 3,000, 4,000 asks just showing and going per usual. I don't see them popping up, but I'm sure that people are placing far out of the money limit sells. I also promise I'll be abstaining from checking during Dan's giving, as my liver has yet to fully recover from your birthday. Dan's are eternal. Praise be to the Lady VWAP, Riku. Praise be to you, Darth Dan. Yeah, I saw Linux's DD on SLD Cycles, Jimmy and the Spy. Um, I'm not sure. I need to read them again, but I had some initial issues with the takeaway there. Um, but I haven't read his like updates to it either. Will WeBull let you overlay the August action on your live chart there? I don't think so. What are you looking at to determine if holding any weeklies overnight until Wednesday? Oh, whatever weeklies I have right now. I have no intention of selling. Can I fucking get rid of this? Market. Oh. Oh, wait. 6. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, yeah, you have to do it on the phone. Stupid. What are you looking at to determine if holding these overnight? Didn't you call this run up with all the option stuff about a month ago? Calling you Nostradamus. I called this run up in August. Zoom getting slaughtered. Interesting. What do you think about the idea that short hedge funds are using LRC as a GME hedge? I mean, they might be. I doubt it. I don't think there's going to be an announcement. They can't FTD it. They can't. You can't FTD gamma exposure. How many more FTDs do they need to deposit today into VWAP to roll the quarterly biannual MACD into mutual funds? Why do people say all gaps must be filled? Is that real or hope? I think it's more hope. It's not entirely accurate. Gaps can go unfilled forever. No intentions of selling? I'm not going to exercise weeklies, especially not this early in the cycle. These are just for profits. need help had a stop at 18 when it was 1930. It then sold for 1605, and they're saying it's my fault. 10K lost because of that. A stop when it was at 1930. Sold for what was your limit, Anthony? So if you had a if you had a stop, was it just a stop loss? If you had a stop loss, then yeah, that can happen. Typically, impact of the futures date is seen after 1 p.m. Planning to buy calls at 12:45 or so. Wrinkle or smooth brain plan. I mean, this could be the intraday low. But yeah, generally we don't see those runs start until like mid afternoon. I think because they use dark pools, and so they place the orders at market open, but we see those like large block orders dump in the midday. Or it could have something to do with the London close. That'd be interesting. More magic pizza slices. Do you have any idea how many shares you'll walk away with? No, because I'm not done buying my February calls yet. I think the biggest advantage these short hedge funds have right now is that if they drop the price $15, $10 um, in 30 minutes, everyone freaks out. Still, I think he's watching the stock for like a fucking year now. It goes up, it goes down. Relax. Never got down to 180 to buy 1,000 shares, so about 520 280 calls for 218 10 minutes ago, up 20K. Awesome, dude. Why didn't you buy additional options when it dipped down to 230 now? I pretty much bought all I'm going to buy for today, I think. I have some more money for tomorrow morning if they haven't run it yet, but I'm not spending that today unless we dip real low, like 225. Why has nobody ever seen a baby pigeon whale? Did you see a DRS gift to share? GME is now number one. The noose is tightening. What's gift to share? Only impatience. Barely past an hour into the trading day. Local gaps fill like 90% of the time. Only shills don't exercise weeklies. Are you still holding the 300Cs? Yeah, I still have them. If people sell out of calls or stop loss out, could that reduce hedging significantly? Yes. Computer share allows you to gift a share. Pretty self-explanatory. I don't think GME being number one on that is statistically relevant. Like, you have to think about the number of people actually gifting people shares. It's probably slim to none. What's it usually? Apple? Uh, is DRS a hedge against keeping shares in a broker who may go bankrupt? Are you guaranteed money selling DRS versus brokers owning your shares who go broke? If the brokers go broke, then DRS can't sell the shares. Just they're not a brokerage. I heard that Matt and Kenny's gaps get filled regularly. So we're expecting 2 runs, one today and one tomorrow. No, I'm expecting a run within the window, which is tightening. The window for them to cover their gamma exposure is closing. So we're not past the midway point in the window yet, but close. No, we are, I guess. Decided to paper trade this first cycle. Learned a ton already. Awesome. However, it seems like I've been priced out of Fed calls. Will the prices of those come down if the price stagnates? Yes. If the IV drops or the price drops, the price of those Feb contracts will drop as well. TRS is away, but y'all need to calm down. Evidence has come to light. They've been conspiring with a Dan. Check your Discord. The truth is out. What do we got here? Interesting. What are you showing me, turd? I can't read it very well. It's very small. Gex T plus 2 is pre-market tomorrow, correct? Buy market open tomorrow. Or Jan 250 you could play right now or wait for them to drop? They're not a terrible price. They might drop more throughout this afternoon. If you guys could drop a like, big help. Um, How does it feel to constantly I answer the exact same question 30 seconds after you've just answered it? I don't know. I've become numb to that. I sold some fractional shares through computer share as mailed a statement showing Bank of New York Mellon and brokered the transaction. That's WeBull. In that case, are you selling your weeklies on market open? No. They can first of all they can run it at market open tomorrow. They can also place block orders tomorrow that start filling around noon. We've run on Wednesday before. Usually it's in the morning when we do, but it can be a little bit after the opening bell. I will be out of all my weeklies by tomorrow at probably like 2 or 3 o'clock. Jason Everett, thank you so much. Did you have a question to go along with that, or just doing a thing? Another Kyle in here. Sus. Up bigly on 210, 220, 250, but a little nervous about theta decay. Worth moving some to Feb calls. You can, if that's what you want to do. My my lower strikes are up a lot. I'm gonna sell those and move some of those profits over to Febs, but I don't need to sell them just yet. How'd you land your job at BlackRock? No job at BlackRock. Simultaneously, a gamma down has been built as well. I would assume that those would be called slides. No, the open interest for puts is significantly lower than calls. Uh, Call open interest is like 8 to 1 or something like that, like the put call ratio. Bag 1.5 DTs slightly out of the money tomorrow at open or pretty decent risk reward. Could be, unless we run today. What if we don't run? What happens to your theory? I mean, we've run. The question is, do we run more? Is there more volume? We're definitely up a lot, but there's no volume, right? Like we haven't gotten the volume expected. That's the issue right now. But yeah, since Friday, I mean, we're up 208, and what are we at now? 30. We're up like $30 with a peak at like 250. I think we'll see more upside. Has anyone checked into Matt Core to see if he's talking about company handles yet? Did you see total OI is higher for calls or just the ones expiring this week? Expiring this week. I got a 240C for 312. Okay. Through tomorrow is the latest I expect them to cover. Will CS really be hard to sell? Probably. Could transferring out if you need to sell everything and buy back after MOASS a better value for a low holder? Possibly. Could transferring out if you need to sell everything, buy back after MOASS be a better value for a low holder? I feel like that could take a while, right? That sounds like not a quick process. Um, does DRS impact IV? No. Yes, in the sense that it can create more illiquidity, and illiquidity impacts IV. By widening the bid-ask spread, the stock becomes more volatile. Ko-Fi. Oh, Luke, I'm sorry I missed your Ko-Fi. To everyone shaking a bit now, remember that last time covering didn't start before 1 p.m. and that we need at least 10 to 13 million in volume on the week to even begin to think that they've covered. Much love, Diamond Hands. Thank you, Luke. How many more F2As do they need to deposit? If you want, I already read that. How does it feel to constantly answer the exact same question 30 seconds after you answered it? Uh, Thanks, John. Just lame that the price can go down around the same amount in less than 2 hours than it took to go up all day yesterday. I guess. 350s are pretty far out of the money. But everything, all the ones I bought today are pretty far out of the money. I already have my in the money calls. I bought those last week. Um, I don't really intend to buy any more near or at the money calls. Those are all still doing great, regardless of the price action. So, but the out of the money ones, yeah, riskier, expected. Do they give you the stocks right away, or do you have to wait? Usually the brokerage will give you the stocks right away, but they do have T+2 to provide them. Thanks, deep fried pickle. Praise view up. How does it feel to answer? God damn it. How are you feeling about 250.60 right now for the rest of the week? Let's see this play out first. I think there could be a little bit lower entry here in a few minutes. 250s, 260s don't seem terrible. They're pretty close to where my like lower estimates are, so they may be able to get into the money. Are we not forming a double bottom? I think we might be forming. Yeah, it could be a double bottom, but we'll see. I'm trying to see if this bottom's a little higher than the previous. So like, do we bounce on this like 230, 250 resistance, or are we gonna fall through it? If I were to buy a truckload of FTD greeting cards next time I'm at the drugstore with my grandma and mail them to the DTCC, will I cost MOASS? Should the volume we expect be coming from covering? Why would we need to add longs into the mix to see price action? Wait, what, Corey? The volume we're seeing from covering? How do we need to add longs into the mix to see price action? We don't. The volume we're seeing is from covering of gamma exposure, or the volume we're expecting to see. It's impossible to be excited about GME price action. It's not even 50% of the year's all-time high. For 250s, we spike IV anyway. You can sell in the run-up if you can't exercise. Yeah. You're talking about weekly 250s, Bob Lewis? I had no intention on exercising weeklies. It's too soon. There's not enough, they don't have enough exposure right now for that to have a great enough of an effect. The point is to exercise when the price is very high. What's new price target for a run? I still think like 280-ish is like the conservative high. We're still very high. And I still don't think we've seen sufficient volume for them to cover. Let me check the options again. Yeah, still no 230 puts are picking up a little bit. Still nothing in the money though. Could this drop be algos bringing us down with the broader market? Yeah, I mean the SPY's having a very red day. Now it's approaching that correction zone, continuing to drop. Is the general consensus that they're just shorting to get option holders to paper hand before covering? I think that's what they're doing. I've been watching the biggest trades on Active Trader. I haven't seen any big option plays come in other than 1,350s, which I'm assuming was one of us degenerates. XRT down 3%, shorting through ETFs again. I mean, the whole market's down. It's just a red day, right? Would we not see significant in price improvement? Yeah, we would. Yeah, it doesn't take a lot of volume to push the price up. Is my display set up on TradingView? No. I'm not sure what you mean. You answered it later. We have XU that we're predicting to cover GEX, and so if we haven't seen the volume start to increase, then it's evidence that GEX hasn't been covered. Yes. New York Fed says due to technical difficulties, Tuesday's Treasury outright purchase option operation is being rescheduled. For Bloomberg guy on Twitter, can this explain the SPY falling? Possibly. Can you send me that article, Ryan? Kest triple sec. Oh, dude, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's over.
Yo,
coffee.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Hold on, I'm just trying to order some Starbucks. Oh, this shit is so gross. It's a pickle tent? Yeah, I'm pretty desperate for a coffee. Actually, you know what? Maybe my coffee machine's heated up. Yeah, the other place that's by me that delivers coffee doesn't they take forever. It's like an hour and a half. You can do better. Why buy 121 950s and weeklies instead of weeklies? More potential upside on far out of the money Jans if big run. Uh Lots of room for the contracts to grow. Also IV. Kirk has been replaced with an imposter. Can they try to cover all the gamma exposure tomorrow at open, or is that not realistic to cover that much volume? I mean, they can, as long as the orders are placed before market open, then yes. I think we're looking good now. I think we're going to start realizing a little bit higher price. Um, All right. So this looks good. We're a little higher than the previous low on this bounce. It's carrying. It's like following through. So this will either be the start of an uptrend, or we're gonna see some actual upside to this. But we'll see. We'll see if it can push through or if volume's still a little bit low. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna go make myself a coffee real quick so I can wake the fuck up. Um, VIX up 10%. Interesting. Is the SPY still falling or did it recover? The SPY's recovering. So the fact that we're getting dragged by the SPY a little bit makes me like really indicates that they're not covering anything right now. Interesting. I think later today. I'm not going to Starbucks. I'm just gonna make my own coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Looks like we're coming back down to the trend line. So that failed. Let's see if we hold. Is today National Espresso Day? Tomorrow morning is the last time to cover, right? Yeah. Did you have to go to reverse around the block to make that coffee? Oh no, yeah. I just made it in my multiple $1,000 espresso machine. Go fuck yourself. I know what you're trying to apply. It's a bit bitter. Does your espresso maker take a long time to heat up? It takes like 30 minutes, give or take. All like big espresso machines take forever to heat up. A lot of restaurants leave them on like 24 hours a day, and like coffee shops and stuff. Because technically, I think it costs more money to heat them up again than it does to just leave them on. Yatunde, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon. I appreciate that. Where is my Cornishon song?
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Breville Bambino gang with that 3-second heat up time. People are expecting some sort of communication from Cohen, but wouldn't they be in a blackout period due to upcoming earnings? I'm not sure. What's your thoughts on the 230.40 debit spreads for today? Held 240.50s yesterday through after hours through AF. Thoughts of you, mind? What? The last part of your sentence kind of fell apart. A debit spread's probably not bad. I guess it would depend where you're thinking about selling the. Where are you selling? Like, where are you doing the credit? Nice line drawn. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Bailing out of those 510s? No. Holding them. They're losing theta quickly, though. Watch them cover after hours. I have 1,000 left in my account. Should I buy 4 shares or some options? That's up to you, man. Earnings call will probably be somewhere around the roll date. Is it based off Archer? I don't think so. How to be a zillionaire? Is YouTube the only way? Yeah. Thank you, Cell Makered. I appreciate that. Can they cover after hours? There's probably not enough liquidity for them to do it. Oh, I didn't buy that many of them. Come on. Do you think they're covering the quarterly tomorrow? I think they need to cover it at some point. What's a rundown of what I'm expecting today? I'm expecting the price to kind of stagnate until probably around the midday, and then I expect price action and volume to pick up. Any advice on how to be a pigeon whale and not a trash Dan shillionaire? I don't know what's going on here, but it's funny. Is there some sort of is there some sort of trash Dan drama going on? Trash Dan's great. Could the price movement from Friday yesterday be a smaller short hedge fund that was covering their position before Citadel et al. Runs the price up from Gex? Maybe. Unlikely. If they have until tomorrow morning to cover, would you expect it to open similar to how November 3rd opened? It could. Um, if they dark pool block orders, it could run in the midday. Otherwise, yeah, it would just open volatile. Trader Jose's 1269. Can't get here fast enough. Thank you so much, man. Oh, Sailmaker, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
So freaking bad.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
So no possibility to cover Friday with the shorter week. None that I'm aware of. There's no market mechanic that I'm aware of that allows for them to kick it one day like that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they would pull that off. Sir, if you're a broke ape and can buy only one more share in the next month, should I wait for 200 or will I miss the moon? You can wait for a test of the like lower EMAs. So the further through the EMAs we drop, like the 20, 30, 60, the better your buy-in is. Right now is a little high. I think we will see, some dips in the coming months. You may have a chance to buy in a little bit lower. Pablo Domingo, triple power bottom is a bottom that is capable of receiving an enormous amount of power. Looks like we're slipping back down again. Looking for support at 230. If we slip 230, I'm probably going to cut my weeklies, at least for the time being. Maybe not. Hold on, let me see. I'm going to cut some of them, like my 300s. 350s, 400s, 510s. I'm going to keep my in the money calls, but I would like to see us find support a little higher. Oh. Yeah, I don't think they've covered the gamma exposure yet. Drop more lines. Thanks, Star Shopping. Sweet DT, bro. Did we not go up 50 fucking bucks in the last 2 days? Not sure Ray my weekly positions right now. Yeah, that's fair. The price is down. I understand. We'll see what happens. I still expect more volume. It's still also early in the day. Like we have more time. And it's through the window, right? So like I think this is exactly how they best play their situation. Get everyone expecting a Monday drop and cause maximum fear on Tuesday until the last possible minute. Yeah. I mean, they want to shake people out of their options, right? Should feel good that your conservative estimates seem to be right so far. I do feel good. Cutting weeklies and not covering Gex yet, so contradictory. I have some really far out of the money ones, right? That are going to lose value to theta, possibly faster than they'll increase the price, even once they start covering. That's why I'm considering cutting some of those. I'm not going to cut like my 250s or my 260s, but like the 300s, 350s, 510s, 400s, those kind of, they're a little shakier. There's nothing worse than being too early. Is there a possibility that volume does not increase? There could be. But then where did it go? Yeah, everyone's just getting all moody because the price is down. I expect 225, 250. People who bought in at 250. I'm scared I may lose money on weeklies, and it's your fault. Could shaking out of options cause it not to run? It makes it run less. What do you think about April 14th, 280s? That's a nice contract. I don't hate that. Outside of price action today, do you feel they're going to try shorting GME until the next cycle, end of December? Looking for buying opportunities. Okay, so if we take a look at this, hold on. Let's see if I can open this up. There we go. All right. There should be, if they fail to roll, so like if we don't see the price continue up, which would indicate a roll, and they fail, and we start to see this chop going into the roll date, there should be some dip opportunity here in between the roll and expiration. The next one will be probably at a higher price point, but after the December run, there should be a couple opportunities to get in. And then just late, I guess mid-Jan, 13, 14, 15, so sometime right around here, there should be, this isn't as good an entry as the rest, but that's if they fail to roll. If they roll, it's a bit different. If they roll and the price continues up, the opportunities will be here. Because, well, usually they tank it, right? And then it comes up. So in this range, like here and here. And then after the December action, it could dip all the way into January. And so we could see a roll there, or a buy opportunity there before the big January run up. The only profit I'm making today so far is SQQQ. Am I doing good? When is December action? December 22nd is the next ETF exposure date. Do you know when the upper strike price Feb calls will be written, i.e. 510s? Oh, greater than 510. That'll depend on price action this week, most likely. Those strikes are in the thousands. Would MOASS have already started by then? I mean, that's just like me drawing on a chart. It's not accurate or to scale. This shows like a test of, a little over 300 in the coming weeks. Is possible, but I mean, that's just literally January's price action scaled over, so it's not accurate. It's just to give an idea of the cycle. Sorry guys, new to this, I actually bought 500 million in the money SPY puts instead of GME 300C. I sold them now though, so we should be fine. The SPY's coming back up. And if it's like what happened yesterday and we dip with the SPY and then the money from the SPY sell-off is pumped either into the index or into GME, then we should see a reverse of that action, right? Randall Daytona, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the country club after the stream.
How to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Crazy what, but hashtag not a cult.
How did you arrive at your GEX shares need to be purchased estimate range? Historical data, quant magic looking at ETF data, open call interest at expiry, all three. Mostly historical and open call interest at expiry. there wasn't a lot of quant magic going on. Would 300s be better to sell now and buy in again tomorrow instead? Possibly, unless we rip through the end of the day. Looks like MM's trying to fill the gap. What gap? Is there a gap of any significance? This one? Here at like 229? That's possible. That one's filled. But we kind of already hit it, right? $228.85. $12.69 hasn't even happened yet. I agree. They can call tomorrow or today, right? Yeah. They can call. They can cover today or tomorrow. Went outside and lit another $740 on fire. I like this game. I think you're misunderstanding how it's played. 200K shares borrow just appeared on IBKR. Where did they appear? So drop it at 220 range again. No, it looks like we bounced. A little more volume this time. Bounced or at least holding right here. So you don't know when MOASS will come. So do you already have your sell orders for MOASS? No. 277,658 available on IBKR. Interesting. Are you telling me your statement about Jimmy Weeklies and going out dousing my cash and gas and lighting it on fire was not a literal statement? Shit. What's your estimate on what they have to cover? Sorry if I missed it, just tuned in. I expect significant volume. Not significant volume as in like volume like January's, but significantly higher than like 3-4 million volume a day. I expect us to see like, 10, 12 or higher. Down 600 on my calls, not flinching. They have to cover the GEX. There's no way not to. I agree. You mentioned it was assuming they were hedging correctly on your birthday stream. What percent delta do you think they are hedging? I have no idea. not enough, right? They're definitely hedging more favorably to one side than the other. Also, there's not enough. Like if you look at open interest right now, what is it? For excuse me, sorry. Open interest. For today, I mean, people are definitely selling calls. 30,000 calls sold today. 256.1 thousand open calls currently, which represents, let's see, minus 25 million shares worth of call inventory. I mean, obviously not all of that's at a Gesundheit. Thank you. About 60,000 in puts sold off. Is this really all that different from yesterday? A little bit. Spy recovering. Spy's coming back. Glad to hear the mold farm is doing well in the new place. No, I'm just sick right now. I seem extra silly in here. Relax, people. This is the pain we expect before the gain we get. Psychology play 101. Yeah. Do you think there's a possibility for them to cover in after hours and then crash it back down at open? I don't think there's enough liquidity in after hours to cover. Even if they crash it back down at open, right? Everything would be super, super in the money if they tried to do that. The bid ask spread's even wider in after hours than it is during the day. So did the put and the puts now slamming it down? Has the call put ratio changed for the week? No, it's still super call heavy. 4-1 almost. Can you re-summarize your current options position on GME? I have for November 26 expiration, I have 200. Wait, oh, 200s. This is for the 26th. 200, 220, I have a 210. I have a couple 210s, 240, 250, and then I have 260, 80, 300, 350, 400, 510, and then also these are part of the weeklies, 950s for January 21st. And then for January, like these are my short term. For January, I have 220s, 250s, 300s, 350s. For Feb, I have 350s and 300s. Currently, this is what I have. Perfect gap fill. The gap is filled. Pickle baller. I mean, a lot of the weeklies were cheap, right? I see comment on metaverse building. I didn't see it. Oh, sorry. They're trying to slow bleed. Yeah, burn the theta, get people to sell out of their contracts. They did this in August too, right? Like Monday. They did it on Monday in August, but if we go back and look, 15, let me go to the 15-minute. It's a little easier. Is this it right here? Nope, it's November. There we go, August. So, like, they bled the price down hard that day in August before they covered. Um, the day before was pretty flat, but they covered a little bit at market open. Price bled down until like 12:15 ish, and then it started coming back up. It's currently we're dropping below that gap. 11:56. So we'll see if we get a reversal soon going into the end of the day. Then let it run Friday. I don't think they can let it run Friday, Ryan. That's after the exposure window is closed. Remember the short sale restriction list? I do. Every significant price action starts at 1 or 2:30. Why? It's a good question. I assume that they'd rather cover later in the day when retail's less involved and isn't like FOMOing in. It's after lunch. Generally, like the period between 10 to like 1 or 2 o'clock is kind of stagnant in the market. Volume drops off like over the whole market. Maybe this time the share offering will act as support. All right, Wednesday, not Friday. Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. It's a good strategy. 225. I don't like how hard they're shorting it. And the money puts. Open interest is picking up a lot on out of the money puts, but starting down at like 220 and 210. SPY's not really coming down now. What's NASDAQ doing? That's weird. Could they be shorting this hard to stay away from OI at 300, 350? They could be. Pre-MOASS mega dip. I should have stopped sniffing glue. I shouldn't have stopped sniffing glue this week. Didn't you say there were millions of shares available to borrow? Isn't this what happens when that's the case? No. I mean, Fidelity's been at 2.4 million for the last, or 2 million for the last couple days. Have they borrowed from Fidelity? Is that what's happening? I need to get the updated Fidelity numbers. Give me a second. They borrowed 200K shares from Fidelity. Okay. All right. As long as we see shares being borrowed and the price dropping, that's fine. If we don't see shares being borrowed and the price is dropping, that means they're deleveraging, which is bad. Okay, 200,000 borrowed from Fidelity. What's the conservative top for the run if it happens? Right now I'm looking at 250 again. It could go a little higher on volatility, but I feel like most of the volume traded will be around 250. If they know they have to run it later, so they could just be tanking it hard, not even to get the paper hands out, but just to make sure that the price doesn't hit those numbers that FOMO starts. Yeah. That means that the whatever. So if people are cash settling options, right? Selling them. Then they can sell off the shares that they've bought to hedge. Right. So if we see them borrowing shares and dropping the price, that's fine. But if we see no shares being borrowed and the price coming down and puts being bought in mass, that's generally an indicator that they are done with their covering and that they are getting out of their hedge. is still 280 as a conservative high for the run. If we run from right here, I mean, it could happen, but I would say if we hit 280, it'll be on volatility. If you look at November, this is an exact repeat for the price to run Wednesday at open, November 3rd. We had a couple down days, didn't we? Hold on. Let me see if I can go back that far on the 1 minute. Oops. Dip. No, because we were still up that day. The day before November 3rd. I don't think it mimics it that closely. Let me tell Reddit what's going on also. Type fast here, making it go up. 200K shares returned on eyebrow. Yeah, I know. November 24th, 2020 is the day I was referring to. Previous week spiked. Monday spiked. Tuesday dipped. Wednesday ran. Okay. November last year mirrors this nearly exactly. They cover first thing tomorrow morning. Interesting. You see GME hitting 220? Not currently. I mean, we just bounced at 223, so we'll see if this picks up and holds, if we can stabilize or not. Is there an exact time they need to be done covering? Yeah, they're supposed to have all orders input by tomorrow morning at market open in order to cover T+2. Pretty sure this is the reason we said no dates was because they're going to try to listen to what dates we hype and try to fake us out. They can try to fake us out within the window, right, Kat? But they also have to cover in this window. So whatever manipulation they do to try to fake us out during this period, at the end of it, they still have to cover. SSR doesn't matter too much because most of the shorting they're doing is operational. Isn't there always something they can come up with? Nothing that I'm aware of. If they don't appropriately hedge, they hurt their margin. They lose untold amounts of money, leveraged money. Can they cover overnight? Yes. You got any far out of the money Jan calls? Yeah, I have like 12 950s for January. I think people forget the data behind Girk's DD. It's not speculative. It's not, but it's also not future predicting, right? It's a historical analysis. So yeah, this cycle can be different, but the same market mechanics hold true. Remember SSR ladder attacks? I feel old now. Is this a short ladder attack? No, it's just shorting. We have a pickle moving bet. I mean, if you have far dated options contracts right now, I can tell you for a fact that they're way up. Hold you dogs, there she blows. Couldn't they use ETF shares to hold it down to some degree while covering? Well, no, because most of the exposure is coming from ETFs. So they would just increase the rate at which the ETF price goes up twofold by doing that. Will you roll your 950s forward before next week, you think? Yeah. Definitely. People lost so much today if they sell. I mean, people who bought weeklies. But weeklies are always a gamble, right? I've said that untold amounts of times. I'm down 420 from my $600 options play this morning. Bullish? What the fuck did you buy? HuffPost headline: Powell's pickle, daunting term ahead. Should I redistribute my 1126 212 50 Cs? You can if you want to. You guys have to decide on when you're going to take your profits and where you're going to roll your calls and all of that. I can't tell you when to buy and when to sell. They just returned 190,000 shares. To where, Phil? Are you talking about the shares that became available on iBorrow? IBK are up to 275. Okay. Yeah, it's not over yet. Did we hit SSR? No. We're only down 8%. Made 200% yesterday and took profits on calls. Nice. Gherk check November 19th gap 223.10. November 19th. I guess I need to check it on a shorter time scale. What time to? Okay. At 400C weeklies and the theta decay is listed as higher than the current value of the contract. Does that work if I hold through tomorrow? How does that work if I hold through to tomorrow? I mean, that's the rate of decay that you're looking at. Um, it's not going to lose the full theta value all at once. I was up 400K, yes, 40K yesterday, but took the 11K gain today. We're moving 824, but with more drastic movement. Run is going to start soon. I kind of agree. I think we're going to see something play out here. Let's see where our next floor forms. Massive shorting so far today. Thanks to you, man, and your DD. Awesome. Dan's took care of the gap. I don't see it. That's correct, Alexander. When I say I'm going to roll them forward, it means I'm going to sell them and buy later strikes, possibly lower. Most of my 950s are still way up. I have like 6 contracts that are currently down about 20%. Thoughts on buying Feb calls at the moment? It's actually not terrible. I think IV might be down a little bit on them. What are they looking like? Feb 250s aren't priced too badly. 300s are okay. I mean, they're up from where I bought them, but they're not looking terrible. We still need volume. Yeah, it's a better time than the morning dip. But I had to buy that morning dip, right? Because if they just run it immediately after the dip, I'd get priced out, at least out of my weekly capital, and then I'd have to spend more, which I don't want to do. All right. We've been tracking November 2020 to a T. Cool. You think tomorrow they will cover since they always wait till the last minute? It's possible, yeah. I don't think my mic gain is lower than normal. I'm just sick. I'm sick, and I've been like the last several days I've been talking nonstop, 7 hours a day while sick, which just makes it worse. I'll try to speak up. Uh, I'm just over here listening to the Dixie Chicks ready to run. You think we'll start running up around 2 p.m. like most cycles? I think it's more likely, right? Almost without fail, on every one of these, they have every one of these exposures, they have dipped the price significantly in advance of covering. Um, they've tried to drop the price as low as they can before they cover. It gets people to dump their options, which reduces the amount of hedging they have to do while they cover, right? And people are, something like 20,000 options contracts, or the OI on options contracts was reduced by about 20,000 today. It's still really high, but people have dumped options, right? They panicked, they sold. People sold here and people sold here. People definitely sold here. And then once that option chain is a little lighter, then they can cover without, having to hedge on top of that. So if they cover while hedging, then the stock ramps. I think I'm going to buy some more 250s. They just went even. Hmm. I panic about options. I'm an atheist. There are not atheists in weekly options chain. Little baby Jesus, I need you now more than ever. Throat coat tea by Traditional Medicinals. See, a company called Traditional Medicinals is like the exact kind of company that I would normally stay away from. I don't want tea. I don't want anything coating my throat except Dayquil. Food stamps or Lambos. I bought them 450 weeklies on that dip. Nice. Dayquil, fighter of the NyQuil. Uh I hope that song gets stuck in everyone's head for the rest of the day. Hot toddy, best thing for cold throat issues. I don't drink during market hours. Can't afford any more 250s. What's higher for a lotto ticket and IV spike play? How do 300s look? 300s are a little 255s have kind of a lower okay IV. The end of the chain is gross. 420s actually don't look terrible. They're about the same IV as 410s. 400s look okay. Further out, you'll have probably some better IV plays. Maybe December 17th, 510s don't look awful. Actually, those have really low IV compared to like the 490s. These are like 197, 198 right now. 460s for December 17th have low IV. That's a nice IV play. It just bumped, but they had lower IV. 450s for December 17th. Those are kind of expensive though. I bought 25 225s, 20 235s, 2240s, and 2250s. I think it's reasonable. Baby Jesus, please, baby Jesus. When did you buy them? Food stamps and Lambos. That's illegal. Second breakfast. Thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. Is that you, Jim? Tell me if it's you.
Welcome to Cornishon.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Interesting. Sorry, it's only $5. I donated the rest to Citadel. Guybrush for MOASS. Thanks, JC. People spend a lot of money on weeklies. Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking degenerates. Nesquick. Just got back from crying. Any recommendations on tissue brands I should invest in? No. Did I miss another Ko-Fi? Maybe if I just turn this up, I'll be able to hear it without actually wearing them. Down 7K on weekly, so I guess I need to try and get my job back. I quit last Friday. Maybe I should have listened to Moonwin who stated go big or go homeless. Nut of Doom. Thank you so much for coming to Cornishan, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Carnation.
Yeah, I didn't hear no bell. I panicked when it dropped under 230 and bought at 235. Daddy's a little nut meat. People buying weekly options and suddenly forgetting this is a volatile and manipulated stock that can rebound at any time, but nothing is certain. It is. It is a volatile and highly manipulated stock. But that doesn't mean it won't rip. I sold my Jan 400s for a 20% profit and bought an April 300. Nice. Is there another Ko-Fi? Did it happen? All right. I'm getting on it, Darth Dan. Calm down. Wait, what did I miss? Pat5, my deepest sympathies for your illness. I wish you plenty of opportunities this coming weekend to rest and rejuvenate yourself. Contrary to JQ's message, we know we have no power over your time off. We also do not support that as it means less paid time for our members. Yes, cute stick boy. It's not a potato, it's a pickle. Stick pickle. Stefan's been getting some holiday weight. But he's ready to put in some work, according to him. Can we get Cardi Pickle as well? I know so some work too. Clean exit out of a 510. Thanks for all the tips. Awesome, Bert. Congratulations, man. We haven't traded these levels in 2 days. No earnings today. Did you get my Ko-Fi? I think it bugged. I'll let you know. Yes. We all knew these were retard plays, yet here we are crying about our retard plays like true retards. Love you all. Love you too, man. I mean, I still put 90% of my money into January and February. So those are great, right? But I gambled with a little, and mostly it's up. I would say I'm still up like 20% on weeklies. I can't complain. Hop in Feb calls now or wait till December? That's up to you. That's you can wait. It'll be cheaper in December due to theta decay. They may not be cheaper due to intrinsic value, but that's yet to be determined. Oh boy, Greg. That's the opposite of the right thing to do. I sold my Janet Feb calls to buy more weeklies. How do I become a member? I'm on the YouTube mobile app. There should be something at the bottom of the chat that lets you do it, or there's a link in the description. MT GAC. Weekly's got me a Feb 510. Nice, Nutsaculon. You're saying my 510 calls aren't going to print? I didn't say that. How come TradingView says earnings are November 23rd for the period ending October 21st? I think it has just like an old earnings schedule programmed in for GameStop. It's never updated it. It also has like I remember when everyone freaked out because there was like an old ex dividend date for GameStop that was in there as well, and it's just not relevant anymore. Ignore it. Oh fuck! I put 90% to weeklies and 10% into February. Despite today's unbridled degeneracy, I sold my November positions twice, made 30K, and I'm only down 20 on the ones I bought today. I'm still confident we're getting a bump. Me too. I'm excited. I don't think this is gonna fill. Did December 3rd open anything up further? No. I don't think I have Cardi View up. Uh, are debit spreads worth it if I'm poor? Yeah, I mean they cap your upside, but they're definitely decent. If you understand how to execute those. Now I've hijacked the stream. What do I do with it? Brief New York Fed says due to technical difficulties, Tuesday's Treasury outright purchase operations being rescheduled to the 24th. Okay. Yeah, Ryan had mentioned that earlier as well. What's your bullish range for today? 280, 300. We gotta just follow the trend. I still think that my conservative estimates of like 250 to 280 currently are reasonable. I think yes, we could go above that significantly with a lot of volume, but we haven't seen that volume realized yet. Is it possible DRS eliminates potential catalysts? I don't think so. It should only strengthen them as it removes liquidity and makes locates more difficult. In some cases, it makes locates more difficult. Not in regards to ETF shorting, but It's just traded a lot, Greg. That's all. Uh, it's got a lot of turnover. People are selling it. People are buying it. People are selling it again. Probably high frequency trading. If the float's that low and the turnover's that high, I would expect there's just a lot of high frequency trading involved. 1 second. I'll be right back. This looks good though. We're in a good spot. Oh, here, let me get this one. Down 11K on my weeklies this week. Thanks for helping stay calm. No problem, man. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. MT Gak, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up. Actually, no, you don't need to. You're all set.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Do you think we've seen Friday's 2+2 yet play out yet, or do we still to see them come in? Anyway, I think it has not happened yet. I do not think we have seen sufficient volume to cover their gamma exposure from Friday, which I think is a lot. I think they have a lot of gamma exposure. Oh, thank you. Is this window or December's window more exposed for them? December's window is greater exposure, Marco. It's ETF leaps and GME monthlies. So this is ETF quarterlies and GME monthlies. And then the December 22nd is ETF leaps. Pickle Morty. I have this bully picking on me named Theta. I think you can call her. Yeah, hold on. I think you can call out our buddy Gex to make them stop picking on your very dumb hugging friend who may have resorted to his natural state of diamond hands in the meantime. That's funny. No, Theta stops for no one. Where's the? Oh, there we go. Every cycle has 2 days of uptrend, then it crashes, gets stunted. I reckon end of day 230, 237. Yeah, you can do that, Nano. Just the larger than expected ETF FTDs from early this month have any correlation or inverse correlation with the amount of ETF quarterlies? I'm not sure. That's a good question. We've never seen FTDs spike that high on ETFs before, so it is kind of a standalone event. We don't have any other evidence to point towards what effect that will have. I mean, the effect on the ETFs was that it drove the price of them up massively. If we look at ETFs on the daily, they ran really hard due to all that exposure, especially on November 3rd, 4th, 5th. And over most of the quarter they are way up, so the exposure on the call side should be high. So whoever bought weekly should be out of their positions by now, or ready to buy back in if it runs. I'm already down 62% on this 250 for the morning. Hold till tomorrow or settle losses end of day. I'm waiting till the mid afternoon before I make any decisions regarding the weeklies I bought today. I'm gonna wait and see how the rest of today plays out. We're picking up a little bit of an uptrend. If that continues into like 1269 or 1:30, 2 o'clock, then we'll see what happens. Could ETF FTD spike be from them changing strategy? It's from them not rolling the futures contracts because they failed to roll. Sorry if I already answered, but there's no way they could have covered last Friday and this Monday. They couldn't have covered last Friday on Friday. They could have started covering Monday, which is what I expected they were doing yesterday, was beginning to cover. Don't realize your losses because you're scared. I mean, people are just going to do that. You can't stop them, Grizzled. The psychology of being down is effective. Is it bullish that put OI is down over twice what call OI has dropped today? Yeah, it means that they're selling out of puts, which puts which also helps. It means there's less hedging to the downside, which means those will be bought back. I feel like Q might push another 10K this Thursday. I can imagine how scary put side was yesterday for people that were, holding puts, right? With the massive run. What was Friday's movement from? Likely hedging. A lot of zero DTEs were bought on Friday. I think we saw just pretty steady hedging occur throughout the day. Options volume picked up massively last Friday. Get another data science moment? No, it's like a one-time thing. Just keep doing that over and over again. It gets old. With shares to borrow data and FTD data, is impossible that we don't own the float. Is it possible that we don't own the float? I mean, it's possible that we don't own all of it, but unlikely based on those surveys they did. It's pretty likely that the entire float is owned, or enough of it. Right? You don't actually need to own the whole thing for it to be effective. The shares to borrow are part of the float that is owned. I'll take my weeklies to the grave with me today if I have to. Spending 80% of my capital on Febs was great. Not advice, but analysis of the situation. This gains far outweigh any potential losses today. Yeah. I think this is a good opportunity to buy more Feb calls. I don't think IV's dropped significantly. You probably want like a few days of down, like IV being down before looking at Febs. The 300s are starting to kind of normalize a little bit. 290s are a little cheaper. I mean, they're getting a little cheaper. Like the 300s are down 28% today, which is not a terrible buy-in, but they could go lower. But yeah, if you want them before this run, then now's not a terrible time to look at them. To calm me all down, November 2020, we ran up, then dipped 9.5% Tuesday, then Wednesday and Friday it tore, then it rolled on Monday. So just gapping down from yesterday. It's possible. Why exactly do we expect a run? What do short hedge funds do that makes the price go up? We're expecting a run because they have gamma exposure from ETF quarterly options that expired on Friday, on top of GME monthly options that expired on Friday. How could we not own the float if 100% voted? That's true. I mean, between us and institutional ownership, 100% voted. How long till we DRS the float? Years. But there were shares released at market then, right? Between then and November, so 12 million, like at least 12 million shares. It was more. So 12 million shares between what was it, June 9th and like the run on August 24th. And so of those 12 million shares, that's we had an average price of around I don't know, like 180 still. So 12 million shares at 180. So retail would have had to invest 2,160,000,000 between that time, well, from June 9th to now, in order to own the float again. Average, it's a rough estimate, but oh, accidentally deleted Stefan. It's not impossible. Call volume today is nuts. Yeah, they're just buying the shit out of the dip. If you had OI, then 10 million shares for weeklies, it's crazy. Huh? I just wish this would like hurry up and we could figure out if we're actually going down or up. It's 12:58, not 1. Chill your tits. If we don't see the volume we expect, what do you think may have happened for them to get out of this position? Could they have just hedged properly? They could have hedged properly, but it would have been too late. They would still have exposure. They could have, I mean, I don't think they got out of it. We've seen covering occur already. If covering is diminished from what we expect, that's a little different. But I mean, my original price estimates for the run were 250. We hit 250. I just don't think we saw enough volume. Dip on the hour, margin check on the hour. Possibly. We're still following the 824 price movement pattern. If we reverse here, we are. SSR incoming. We're very close. Did we just hit it? Hold on. I'm not sure if we just hit SSR or not. 220, 280. Okay. Fuck, that's close. Did we hit SSR right before the August run up? Does anybody remember? Funny observation. Our 52-week low is $12. Oh, what I would have given to buy some more GameStop at that price. I believe we did. Okay. Nope, looked it up today. Interesting. It doesn't really mean a lot. It turns off shorting on an uptick. It could be the SSR is more important now with the low liquidity than it was back then, though. Because turning off shorting on upticks prevents them from stopping bid ask or like ask gaps when we're moving to the upside. Is this pre Black Friday sale? I do find it a little strange that we tend to bounce right before hitting SSR. SSR is 222.80 and the daily low is 223. Yeah, it's very close. How do you feel about people advocating puts on GME and saying it doesn't hurt the cause? I mean, it really doesn't. The only problem I have with it is that, like, after a big run, if retail buys puts, they could help accelerate the price down, and that could push us to lower floors, right? So it could fuck up the ability of the floor to hold at an increased rate, right? So the growth on the floor has been exponential, but by buying puts, you could push down through that and lower it, which would change the slope of the line that runs parallel to the floor. SSR is short sale restriction. That's what calms me. We were up 9% last year's Monday, tanked to 9.5% Tuesday, then ripped again Wednesday, Friday, Thursday being closed, of course. You still think there are huge green pickles coming today or tomorrow? Yes. They have time till when to cover. They have to have all the orders placed by market open tomorrow. We're still expecting a reversal? Yes, I do. RSI divergence just before SSR. Volume's still very low. Most of it's short volume. Yeah, Thursday was also closed and Friday was a half day in 2020. C Moods, thank you so much for becoming a Billionaire Man. Please let Jimmy rip before Black Friday. Do people still like shop on Black Friday? Is that still like a thing that people do? I'm shorting. Yeah, it stopped shorting on downticks. That's what I meant. Sorry, Atomic. You're correct. But it stops the drops, right? So like when they short the wide bid asks or the bids on like so they wait for downticks and then they short these wide gaps on the bid side in order to conserve their shorting, like the shares they have available. So it stops that. That wasn't really that interesting in the past as they had a lot of like shares to borrow and a lot of liquidity, but nowadays it could be like SSR could be a more effective tool against them. I don't know when the last time we even got SSR was. It's been a while. I think it's been long enough that the effect of it may be a little different nowadays. Thoughts? Today's drop equals dark pool settle T plus 2 Friday run. Now they let it rip. Connect the shares on Friday and DPs after it flash crashes back down Friday. Not the worst I've heard. Dark pool settle T plus 2. Okay. Now they let it rip. We'll see. I'm kind of interested in if there's going to be a push for SSR. We're like too close to it not to be curious. No SSR in August. Okay. When was our last one? Does anybody know when our last SSR was? Like the last time we triggered SSR? What is gamma exposure? Look it up. I watch your stream so often that YouTube is recommending cucumber pickling videos. How many EMAs need to be below price action for you to believe that a bullish reversal is occurring? I'd want to see like the faster ones cross over to the upside. That would probably be my like confirmation point, Stefan. If like the 20 crosses up to the upside of the 30, that's good. I, good, really good confirmation if the 30 crosses above the 60. Max pain is increased to 220. That's good. Yeah, 222.80 is SSR. Hmm. Yeah, SSR never really had a big effect because most of the shorting that occurs on GameStop is done as part of market making, right? And so SSR doesn't really affect operational shorting. But I mean, I don't know. They've driven the price down today with not operational shorting, right? They've just been pushing the price down by borrowing shares. And then we saw some shares get returned. Clip what? Well, it's 12.69. No, it wasn't Budweiser. It's soda. Specifically, black cherry soda. Would hitting 10% be worse because of stop losses? I don't know. We're so close. Oh, we hit it. If that's our fucking intraday low, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. As a self-proclaimed soda connoisseur, what brand? I have no idea. It doesn't have a label. It's like ripped off. It's some like craft soda, like local craft soda. I guess I don't. How does closing above max pain impact short or long term price action, or does it just hurt market makers more? Closing above max pain generally increases the amount of exposure they have coming into the next week, as they're not properly hedged for that, right? They're hedged at neutral. So not only does it hurt them, it generally infers price action within T+2. Wait, it would make sense to trigger SSR the day before the run, so the shorting on upticks is not as fishy. I guess. Would it be in the hedgie's best interest not to hit SSR? Yeah, it doesn't seem good for them. Although it's possible that it just doesn't matter for them. I've never seen like a real effect from SSR in the past, so bit ass spreads all over the place. It really is. How likely it's the end of the run? We'll see. Where's the Jimmy hype guy at? I have no idea. Just some chips. Y'all were I'm buying in 250 now. Patience. What do you think we'll close at today? I have no idea. Still didn't understand options. So in for 10,000 at 238. Nice. Sam Jones, thank you so much for re-upping the Dillionaire. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream's
I
over.
want to be a billionaire, so freaking bad. Crazy rapper, hashtag not a cult.
Ryan Cohen, closed today at 247.40. Don't worry, everyone. Thank you for all holding strong to your options. Thanks for the encouragement, Ryan Cohen. I appreciate that. Ooh. Hmm. That's possible. Ooh, below 220. I gotta kind of agree. I'm getting out of some weeklies on this. Bruh. I'm not gonna keep holding like 510s and 300s and 350s when we've just dipped below 220. I can buy them back on the run and not lose the capital. Oh shit, someone's at my door. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. Did I miss anything? Market's bleeding. Yeah, I still have them. No, just everyone's weekly is getting destroyed. I mean, that's what happens to weeklies. Yeah, it's not going to bounce unless they have to cover. I agree. I still don't think we've seen sufficient volume to indicate covering. I have no idea a way they could evade covering. I think we should see at least 12 million volume trade over this, like over these couple days at a minimum. And right now we're at, what did we have yesterday? 4? No, I said it would go up in T+2. It has gone up a lot. I think they bought enough Friday, covered the rest Monday, and that little blip at the beginning of the day. But this, like that little push. I don't know about that. Someone said we don't diamond hand options, but then again, where does the volume need to be 12 million? Where's the data to back that? That's just the historical data for these runs. $4.3 million yesterday. Did you account for daylight savings time? How could Friday yesterday not have been covering? I don't think Friday was covering. I think yesterday absolutely was. All they could do in advance was to hedge. But if Friday was just them hedging, like there wasn't sufficient, right? At least not. It wasn't sufficient to hedge the number of calls that were in the money. Hood is at an all-time low. Any in the money puts rolling in? Still none. There's puts that are now in the money. Let's see. Put interest is picking up. 200 puts are up. 220s. I guess 220s are in the money. Those are kind of going up. 230s, not really. Someone bought 223 300C 1126. Interesting.
Obviously, 280 is definitely lowered. I still think we'll see volume play out. I still think we'll run. But 280 seems a bit far now. People paper handing since they expected MOASS today. The idiots. There were plenty of profits to be taken Friday, Monday. I love watching the sentiment fall off. We're convulsing on our deathbeds. Yep. I took profits Friday and bought more at 232 to 222. All right. There's still more time for it to run. At what point will I drop my position? I kind of want to drop the far out of the money shit right now, but I'm still holding it because I think it's going to bounce. I have confidence in the play. Like, from a trading perspective, I should drop all my weeklies right now and buy back in if it starts to run. But I'm pretty confident. What about Jan 300s? You keeping? Oh yeah, I haven't sold any of my January shit. Don't be a paper-handed pickle. In Feb, didn't they wait to the last 30 minutes to cover? Yeah. What's the call today if earnings are in December? What do you mean? This is a time to load up on leaps. I don't know if it's the best time. If they fail to roll the futures contracts, there could be much better opportunities to buy those leaps than right now. Watching Tesla fall off a cliff makes me feel a little better. I mean, the whole market's down today, right? Like a decent amount. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting dragged around by the spy. A lot of FUD right now in GME chat. Ignore it. There's an investor call after hours according to TradingView. It's wrong. I use a bunch of different brokerages. Can't stop buying shares. Help. I sold 5, 12, 3, 300s for 12 a share. Now they're 4. AMC's straight collapsing? It's following similar movement, right? I don't even know if it's holding as well. It's a little bit of a steeper decline. Cat's moving up. Yeah, we're in SSR. This is the biggest dips we had in 6 months or more. This is it, boys. MOASS is here. I don't think this is MOASS. DRS doesn't stop them from shorting at all. It just pulls share certificates out of the DTCC. SSR got triggered at 220, 280. Can we direct register today's SSR? Meme markets plunged today. What happened? The media says, as there were crickets when they were just 20% up on the week. Yep. Further enforce the panic. I think they just want to drive the call interest into the ground before they cover. Like if they can drive the open interest into the ground and get everybody out of their calls, then it makes it a lot easier for them to cover what they need to. Um, so you're saying is diamond handing our calls is making it tank? Not making it tank, but they want people to sell their calls off. They want to reduce open interest so they don't have to hedge as much. Because if they have to hedge while covering simultaneously, so by doing this, they kill the ramp, right? They get people to sell out of calls and the ramp dies off. It sells off. And then they can run the stock without having to worry about a gamma ramp in place. It's a strategy that I tried to warn everybody about, and I expected them to do it yesterday, but they can do it today too. I still don't see the in the money puts coming in that are indicative of them trying to drive the price down though. Yeah, stop losses have an effect, right? If someone has a stop loss on their options contract that has a delta of 0.3, or right? Say they have a delta of 0.3 and they have a stop loss and the hedge funds hit that stop loss, then that contract sells and then the hedge fund can then sell those 30 shares that they hedged out onto the market. That's why I don't use stop loss. That's another reason to not use stop losses on call contracts. Don't use stop losses. They're garbage. First of all, you create a market order. So if the price is dropping fast, you lose a ton of profit. I said it last week 100 times. I don't want to hear any complaints now. Don't buy weeklies unless you plan on losing the money. Everybody who bought longer term, safer, less risky contracts is still up. Yeah, 250,000's been available to borrow for a little while, Ben. Girk, would you mind doing a small, maybe 30-minute video explaining Genie and what's going on for people like my boomer mother? Um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, like tell them what's going on with the price drop, or without you, I'd be nowhere near as calm. You're an absolute rock. Thanks, man. Stop limits, okay. I mean, same thing though, right? If you have a stop placed on the market, not only can they see it and attempt to collect, like placing a stop limit at this point, I mean, I would say most, if unless they're in the money, most options have lost a significant amount of value since this morning. I do trust the play, or at least a bit. Best Buy had a $30 gap down. Jesus, they have like a moderately heavy short position over there too. Uncle Bruce says the only way to make the stock price go up is to register and pay for his meet and greet. Do you think we'll see a bounce on the 210 support on the 10-day? 210. What's our EMA 20 at? We could. That would be pretty bullish if we saw a bounce that high. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up the EMA 10 or 12. Let's see what the 10 looks like. EMA style inputs 12. Oh, no, that's moving average. EMA 12 is around. Yeah, we're right at the EMA 12 right now. We could see a bounce on it. A little faster. It's a little too fast for our volume, but let's see. As a new billionaire, I'm up even though I bought later than I wanted. My further out calls are doing fine, and I'm buying more. Thanks. You got it, Space. Can weeklies make you a millionaire? Yes, if you're a billionaire. They're risky. But it's a lot of people absolutely killed it on weeklies this week. I know I made more than my cost basis already. I'm down, but I mean, the profits have been there repeatedly. Is buying more weeklies a play at point at this point? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, they're cheap as fuck. But careful how far out of the money they are, because they'll decay from that theta faster. Is buying a 510 Feb now a good idea? I don't think so. Oh, a 510 Feb? Yeah, 510 Febs are fine. Is it a good idea right now? You may have a better opportunity later. Sorry to bother you with the part of the stream and down we are. Do you think 215 and 220 C weeklies are keepers? I'm still holding my 200s and 210s. My 220s I sold earlier today. I think they stopped out. But I can't monitor them both simultaneously. Does that feel when you spend 100 hours making solid DD just for people to YOLO into weeklies and bitch about and be bitchy about it? Don't worry, I'm one of them. General Motors enthusiast. It feels awful. I knew that greed would be a factor and that people would try to play the shortest term and dump too much capital into it. And that kind of sucks. I tried to emphasize the importance of long-term options as much as I could, but that doesn't work, right? People are just inherently greedy, and so we'll chase the easy profits, the near-term easy profits. We're not coming back from this. It doesn't look good currently. I don't like it, but we could bounce. Please donate this for the meet and greet so the stock will go up. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Anthony Llewellyn, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. 770 shares flashed in the L2 MM sign to move up. We're still going up tomorrow. I think the potential is still there. Yeah. Worked for me. I've been gobbling up Feb 300s. I don't like the consistency of it. Like they keep driving it down and down and down. The volume spikes are remaining fairly constant on the shorting. Dip before the rip. Yeah, there's a good chance. I mean, I'm holding calls. I haven't sold them. I've sold some calls yesterday and on Friday to like cover my cost basis for this like weekly play. But yeah, so I'm up, but I'm definitely losing on any calls I'm holding right now. Let's pretend tomorrow trades sideways or goes red. What does that make you think of your DD? I mean, it just makes me think that gamma exposure wasn't as significant as it should have been, which indicates that their exposure is declining, I think. I would have to reassess some things, but it doesn't really change like the whole cycle. This is a good time to buy Feb options. It could be. I feel like you could get a better price on them, but it's not terrible. I know mine are up, so I know there's some room to the downside for those to get a little cheaper. Can they let it run next week? No. If it runs next week, that indicates they're rolling, or it's just like the first 2 days of next week can be gamma exposure from this week's weeklies. After December 1st, if it continues to run up, that would indicate that they're rolling. Wasn't significant at all? What wasn't significant, Rob? I mean, the price improvement was pretty significant, but yeah, the volume was not. Is this a bump and run reversal on the hourly? If we can find a floor, yes. But I think the floor would have been like there. So let me see if I can. Maybe we're like right at 213. Where's that floor? 213.82. What's our low for today? 213.20. Maybe. See, I mean, we have to reverse, right? Should have never posted it on SS. Probably not. Interesting. SPY starting to run. GME's starting to pick up. Pivot. Can they transfer their buying to APs? They have T+5. No. Hold on. We need more for confirmation. We need to cross 220 to confirm. It's DD. There have been horrible DD on SS on there. This is the only one that had substance and data to back it up. And it's still not over. That's what I don't get, is why is everyone freaking out when we still have several hours for them to cover? We have the rest of today, all of aftermarket and pre-market, and basically all of tomorrow, depending on how they stagger dark pool block sales or block purchases. More than 24 hours, theoretically. I guess people just want them to cover right now. I mean, I get it. It affects everyone. Like, even at this price, I'm still not happy with my like 300s and 350s. But if you bought contracts last week and you know, even for weeklies, and you were taking some profits and letting the rest ride, you should be more than up right now. If you're YOLOing into like one DTEs and expecting to get rich, it's just stupid. Lee Nixis, how scared are you about shoving that banana up your ass? All right, that's a pivot. Yeah, but regardless of what what I predict, right? Like, even okay, Ben, you called them doing this last week on stream, but like, even with the confidence I have, and I wrote the fucking DD, right? Because I believe in it. It still shakes you. And I've been doing this shit a long time, and for inexperienced people, it's definitely frightening. Like, this is a hell of a ride. I got scared and sold my 250Cs and bought 220s. Is that dumb? I mean, I guess you limit some of the IV potential, but it's not terrible. It hit 220, I know. I'm enjoying every second of being scared shitless. This is pod racing. Small wee wee, not scared. Nice bear power. Thank you. Ivy spiked on that pivot a bit. Put in my 2 weeks in January. Put in another one last week. And I'll keep doing it until MOASS. If this were any other stock, I wouldn't have this much confidence. Me either. Absolutely not. Ever since the drop to the 40s, I'm not even concerned. This chat is a gold mine to run price v sentiment analysis. It really is. So your Q5 didn't show up on screen. I don't know why they're not popping up. Me. Call it now. Gherk is still spot on. We're gonna run. I'm retarded, but I'm not that retarded. All this makes holding GME even more entertaining. Cheers for your work. I did eat 60% of my capital on weeklies. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't see Darth Dan. I don't see it showing up in the thing at all. In the feed. Did it? Are you sure it went through? They interrupted my mid-afternoon self-love session with their late run. They will pay. Now we can watch them cover, maybe. We ran plus 1 day later on February's run up. Just a reminder, we dipped 2 days before hard. Same shit happening here. Holding 60K in weeklies, was up 150K and didn't sell. Confident if I hold, I'll see 600K when we run. Yep. What's your price target, Linuxus? Can you DM me? Just DM me. You don't have to super chat it. Just if you want to increase your GameStop position, the banana vid is already recorded and ready for delivery in T+2. If you want to increase, so you pre-boofed the banana. If you want to increase your GameStop position with just regular old buy-in shares, at which price range would you consider a good buy, considering current market dynamics? Any test of longer term EMA. So I think that's the easiest way to do it. There's better opportunities. But I think you understand exponential moving averages well enough. So yeah, at the tests, any tests on downward consolidation is probably a good opportunity to buy. I'm glad many new apes are still able to hold through this dip. It's still a good week and there's still opportunity. Buckle up, keep them motivated, Girk. I'm doing my best, man. I'm sick as fuck and I'm super tired, but I'm trying. You know, apes are conditioned to diamond hand, right? So them not selling out of their options is a possibility. Holding Jimmy is like being in an abusive relationship. I basically did everything you warned us was risky. So when I was just down 64% of my portfolio in 1 day, I'd pretty much accepted my account was blown up. This feels a little better. Nice. We're not up that much yet. We still haven't broken 220. Relax. We still need like a confirmed bounce. I mean, that was a nice pivot, good bullish reversal. Now we need to reverse all of this, which is quite a bit, and get back up into that 230, 240 range. Yeah. You want to be an AMC with its 50-cent bounce? Check on 21 January 950 calls. Premiums got affordable. Yeah, they're 350 right now. They're not terrible. If IV spikes, they're gonna go up. I have a bunch that are still in the money. Um these I bought yesterday. These other 950s I bought yesterday and they're down. Hey Girk, you skipped a super chat a while back there. I was literally giving a pep talk as the price rose. What did I miss? Hey, I am still calm like always. Shill's running wild in all chats. Price moving like it does. Still no 350 to 170. This is nothing. Agreed. Only diamond hands till Valhalla. Bless you, Girk. What did I miss? I just missed the only super chat I missed was you talking about your self-love. And I didn't miss that. I said it. They interrupted my mid-afternoon self-love session with their late run. You just want me to repeat it? These last couple of days have brought a new perspective on life. I'm going to start buttering both sides of my toast. Why the fuck not? Whatever makes you happy, man. Just write it. Maybe I forgot to send it. Can I send you a self-care kit? It'll have homemade potent elderberry syrup and other herbal medicinal tinctures to keep your immune system bouncing off viral resistances. We need you healthy. No thanks. I'll just take medicine and go to a doctor. I appreciate that, Dan's mom. You didn't read my super chat. Yes, I did. Maybe I didn't. Just type it again if I missed it. I read all the ones that were still there to read. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Linux. I don't think it's run yet either. What does an inverse hook mean in TA shapes? An inverse hook? In TA shapes? This is just a test of 220 and a fail. You didn't read my super chat. What did you... Why does everyone keep saying this? I don't know what super chats I missed. Don't give YouTube your money. At least if it was through Ko-Fi, I could check it and read it if I miss it. YouTube just cycles past it when the chat goes wild. You missed my super heat. Okay, I think you guys are just fucking with me. Don't read my super chat. Too late. Have they even covered their exposure? I don't think so. I placed a market order on Fidelity via IAX at 156. Only 230 shares have been filled so far. Thoughts? Low liquidity? That's odd. 156? And so in 11 minutes, you've only filled 230 shares out of how many, OG? That's very strange. I mean, I know IEX has shitty liquidity, but with a market order, you should fill. $420 super chats missed. I'm sorry. If I missed your super chat, just say it again. Order was for 1,000 shares. Jesus. And you're only filled like 10%? A little over 10%? You said 150, so you're filled 15.6? What's the liquidity on the bid ask for IEX look like right now? That could be why. Mr. Ken Griffin. Time to sell, guys. We covered. See you in Feb. Nice try, Kenny. I wonder if he did a market order or a limit. He said market order. I just put one share up for a limit at 1K. Okay. Well, that's not even going to show on this. I'd have to switch the order books to see it. Oh, no. The order book's kind of stacked right now. Yeah, 23% of my order was a market order. Okay. That's really strange. Shout out Lou the Gas Man and tell him to keep them hands strong. Found out we didn't rip. Thanks, Anthony. Found out we don't rip. Forgot my lunch. Eating granola. Yeah, time to sacrifice a Dan, please. Dan's, can you work on that, please? Oh, my coffee's at least kicking in now. Check KTTA, average volume 500K. Today's volume 130 million. Price from 2 to 8. Not sus at all. Just weird penny stock shit, man. Terran for hire. I made a new tune for all the pickles watching today. I think it might help bring some peace and solace during these confusing times. Check Discord DMs.
Hey, all you crazy pickle fans out there. I just wanted to say that everything's gonna be alright. We all know that them short hedge funds are totally fucked. You know what I'm saying? I know this price action might frighten you, but don't worry. Hedgies are still fucked. At the end of the day, we're all gonna make so much motherfucking money. Yeah. So much fucking money. Not financial advice.
They're all set to the daily, Stefan. We needed that. Every time my options drop 50%, I can double my position for the same initial investment. I heard that Wall Street hedge funds are instigating FOMO and pumping and dumping Reddit stocks. Could the run yesterday be a pump and dump by some hedgie that's got no skin in the game? Not likely. That's not really how pumps work. Pumps mean you buy in and you get other people to pump the price of the stock. Then you sell, leaving them bag holders. Stick boy looking more attractive than usual. He needs to poke this fucker. Play it again, Girk, but this time louder. What do you think dropping my 290 300s and going down to 250s? I guess. It's up to you, man. I don't think it's... Yeah, you could. If you expect the movement to not be as exaggerated because we're starting lower now, then yeah, you could average down. That's not terrible. Did you see the post on swaps from B of A and Morgan today? I didn't. All of these big price movements with little volume just further shows that the stock is being manipulated every day. Well, the volume's gone because there's no shares, which makes the price movement more extreme because volatility increases when there's low liquidity. It has nothing to do with manipulation. It's just the price movements are more extreme on less volume because there is less volume to trade and the bid-ask spread is wider. I don't think so. Or at least if you did, it's not showing up. Yeah, I don't think 250 is out of the range of possibility. Nope, crime, wrong. Okay. Why can't they use dark pools to cover instead of lit markets? Okay, if they use dark pools to facilitate block orders, right? Those will still print to the lit market. It's not like it just goes in a dark pool and stays there forever. Looks like total return from B of A and variance swaps from Morgan open today. Interesting. This guy orchestrated the greatest pump and dump of all time. I didn't orchestrate anything. Sup with the FUD and shit in chat. Still a lot of time today, as well as more time this week. Guess what? We're still above our price of 2 and 3 weeks ago. The DD process has not been proven false. Calm your tits. Fourth time is the charm. Thanks, Darth Dan. How much did your employer BlackRock make today? I would love to convert my Pigeonwell membership into a hug, please. That's not how that works. The hugs are non-fungible. Popcorn trader. Where's Han? I'm not sure. Probably working. If you DRS your Pigeonwell membership, Popcorn Trader, I'll give you a hug. I'm down 98.05% on my calls. Should I roll them? Jesus Christ, what did you buy? It looks like her ponytail is being held by a scrunchie. Boo. Who said she's a female? Pickles have no gender, okay? Don't project your gender onto my pickles. Is anything like Feb 24th where we also had SSR and we didn't run until 2:30? That's possible. Does this price actually look like a descending wedge on the 5-minute? It could be. I mean, we'll see. It was already a descending wedge and it broke down. On the 5. Yeah, it still looks good on the 5. Trash Dan, our newest member, Tired Dan, is preparing himself for launch from the Dan Cannon. Dan's arise and witness your brother. Witness him. Okay. Thanks, Trash Dan. We were in the morning of February 24th, right after I made my purchases. Will someone find me a job? I need to make sense of all this. Thank you, Sag Pickle. Touch butts for Tired Dan's sacrifice. Could the small bump be them? I mean, we could see it double bottom here. What are we at? 215 again? Let's see if we bounce off that support one more time. Is that the support we're looking at? Or is there a smaller one? I think there was a smaller one, right? 1 hour? Too far. Not the 30-minute, 5-minute? Whatever they're doing, they're really keeping it down. Where's this longer term trend? I can't figure out where I drew this. I guess it's just that one. Are we that low? Oh shit, we almost are. So that would have been this wedge, which I've deleted. I'm just trying to find where the supports are. 12, 15, 12. 12, 15, 15. Okay, so turning around a little, maybe. They found swaps at the SEC. Just got off the phone with Fidelity. They said IEX canceled the remainder of my order because they did not have the shares to satisfy it. I mean, that makes sense. IEX liquidity is not very high. Did we trap because you didn't do this? No. Is it possible with the volume being so low that this is a Hail Mary attempt to shake people out? Absolutely an attempt to shake people out. I am confident that is exactly what we're seeing is a shakeout. I mean, obviously backed by a decline in the market as well, right? Which is advantageous. The market's choppy today. it's a good opportunity for them to take advantage of. What's the expected date for the next big run up? The next T+2 window. Okay, well, something's going to happen between now and the roll, right? Between December 1st and the roll. If we go out here to the daily, I'll just show you guys. So in our T+2 window, we can continue to climb. And then we could see a little more right here. And then from this day forward, from December 1st on, we will either go up and volume will increase, indicating a roll, or we will drop and volume will decrease, indicating a fail. But we won't know which one until after December 1st. After the exposure from the price action this week has played out. But that's the next expected price action window. Then we have, so we have our roll and fail dates here. Roll, fail. And then on December 22nd, we have our next T+2 ETF exposure window. The last day to roll is December 9th. I've clipped the roll fail price action thing like 500 times. No one gets it. Everyone still thinks we're covering FTDs right now. No, I'm just kidding. I know most of you understand it, but there's a lot of people that still don't understand the whole theory yet. Or at least based on the questions I'm getting asked. Yeah, I'm definitely not doing that, Stefan. Regarding that IEX market order, I just used Fidelity to route one share at 390 limit order to IEX. I'll leave it open through close. Okay. Where do those clips live? They are all in the live stream clips playlist. Here on the channel. Suke, I like me some pivot action. Me too. Let's see if we bounce off this double bottom. Feeling a tent breakout. There's no tent yet. It looks like we're forming a bigger wedge. If you want the technical analysis. Can you clip nanners and tailpipe? What? can I get an intraday cup and handle? We need the rest of the cup. If we did find the basket return and variant swaps being open today, doesn't that basically confirm we will roll the futures? Makes 0 sense to hedge against volatility and get stocks to short if not. I think they've already had open positions in hedging against volatility. Or it's not really that they're hedging volatility, it's that they are long or short volatility. Gurk, oh my god, I've been here so long. You're the best. I love you. I like the Bulls 69ing. Okay, I hope you have a beautiful day. Hee hee. I'm so happy to have been a little part of this journey with you, Pickles. Thank you, Han. Big shout out to Han. 7 months. Pigeon Whale. Rockstar. Pretty cool of Ken to allow us to buy some more at a discount again, right? Loopring Mystery Guy and Wu-Tang pick is RC backwards via his backwards tweet. Oh, Jesus. The price drops $20 and everyone gives up on the data and goes back to deciphering tweets. Am I able to get a refund on an option? You can try. Wait. I thought they were covering next week's FTDs. What? No. You might already know me got paged in SS on a post about swaps that is near the top. I'm not aware. Who wrote it? Was it Zinco? Passing on variance on your long short on vega exposure to the counterparty for an interest payment. This lowers your total gamma exposure. Interesting. I need to see this post. What did I type? Can I get an advancement against my pigeonhole status so I can show? Wedges were 50-50 on the break direction. It depends on the type of wedge. Descendings break to the upside, ascendings break to the downside more often. Like a consolidating wedge that's like equilateral or lower highs or higher lows, lower highs. That's kind of a coin flip. Zion has a beef with you. I don't know who the fuck that is. Lion Zion made public threats towards King Griffin and his family. He's unstable. Ignore him. Okay. Boom. Gamma ramp to make up for the Vega hedging you missed. Curious. I don't know. I'll have to look into it later. Uday. I see what you're saying. Jimmy definitely needs more beef battles. Kind of chilly in chat today. It's normal when the price goes down. Everyone gets like awful. So wait, are you a super BlackRock shill or starving college student? I can't keep up with your plot twists. I don't even know anymore, Fluffiosa. My identity is gone at this point. I'm just a pickle. Gap up on XRT. Interesting. Very interesting. DJ Datrix for the win. Although there's a liquidity question for after hours. Is there a chance they might be able to cover during that time? If they do, it'll drive the price up enormously. By the way, new to the live stream, but reading your DD on Reddit for months now and appreciate the work. Yeah, the bid-ask spread is even wider in after hours. The potential for gap ups is much higher as well. So if they did try to cover the extent of their exposure during after hours, or at least most of it, it would drive the price up a lot. There's a new hot post about variant swaps. They're like, yeah, but nobody's like DM'd me this post on Discord, so I can't find it. I'm not going to go scour Reddit to try to find it. At least we have Elliott waves. Thank you, Netsaculon. Purple Artichoke. I don't know who they are. Let's see. Name of counterparty: Bank of America, Index, GameStop, Class A, QSIP. Number of shares: 2,105,999. Weighting ID by 3 as values like 0.7. Others have 6, 8. I need to Zinca's far more into these. ICE LIBOR, USD 1 month floating rate index. We need all right, hold on. Let me see if I got the link. Chicken Tender Daddy got himself fucking muted again. Why do you have to piss off me 6, Chicken Tender Daddy? We ever have a run on T+3 on Wednesday? Yes. GameStop went from like 0.2% weighted in XRT to 1.17 in about a week. Yeah, as the market cap increases, it'll be weighted more heavily. Okay, so Zinko said, not gonna lie, glancing over this makes me excited even on this red day. Morgan Stanley report in particular, it is measured in other units Vega, and those other units are notional amount. It also says it's an equity derivative. Variance swap are equity derivatives, and they are measured in Vega notional. Morgan Stanley is a prime for Melvin. Did you find one of my variance swaps? Speculation runs wild. Okay, that doesn't really fucking tell me anything. How confused will you be if nothing happens today or tomorrow? A little. Mostly pissed, not super confused. I mean, it would just mean that they didn't have as much exposure, right? Assuming to run today, better to hold tanked call options for tomorrow. I mean, that's up to you. I'm going to hold a few because I don't want to get burned if they run it overnight. Is it possible they won't cover before tomorrow at market open and they've worked out some deal behind the scenes or something? No, I don't think that would be the case. They found a way to divest themselves of their exposure, but I don't even with the variant swaps, I don't know how they would do that. When is a good time to buy? I'm gonna be waiting to see if there's a roll or not. Like I'm gonna see if they roll the contracts. And that happens after December 1st. So if they don't roll, then I'm gonna wait for like IV to start falling off before I buy more. What date in August are you looking at to compare today's movement? The 24th. What's your input on what you think is driving the dip today? Well, I mean, first of all, the market went down a bunch. There's definitely been some shorting going on with GameStop. Everything is red. It's a massive red day across the market. If you look at Nasdaq, um, the price action for GameStop and Nasdaq are almost the same for today. Which is odd because GameStop's not on Nasdaq, but very similar. Hmm. Trace Subway Cup. Thank you so much, man. GLHF. I'm still convinced they got a heads up regarding an announcement that GameStop will make very soon. So you think GameStop's going to make an announcement in aftermarket? Held a few 17th December calls. Should I sell them or would you keep them for now? For December 17th, I would wait and see if there was a roll. Because the only reason for buying December 17th would be if they were going to roll the if they were going to roll the futures contracts between December 1st and December 9th. Jan options bought last week are now back to even. Would you hold or just pull out? Are they? I'm still a little up on them. Like 6%. I might ditch him if we don't bounce. Those would be the last ones I would ditch though. I'd get out of my like shittier weeklies first. Like I'm pretty sure I'm pulling out of the 510s right now. And probably the 400s. Definitely the 350s. Maybe I'll keep that because I don't really have another out of the money one if I get rid of that one. Okay. Blasphemy. I'm keeping some out of the monies. I'm just getting rid of my in the monies because if it drops more, I don't want to lose any more value on them. My 230 is down $1. How could you do this to me? My January 950s, the ones that are up, I think I'm going to hold a little longer. These, I'm not sure. I might hold these through the end of the day. I have a few that are still up. Those I'm willing to hold like an extra day. But these I paid a bit too much for. And Theta's, there's far out of the money ones, Theta's eating up really fast. If we don't run tomorrow, what do you anticipate for the price action? Then we're looking at the roll date and to see what happens then. Why would I exercise an out of the money call option, hamburger McCheeseburger? My Feb is still green. I can't believe you convinced me longer calls are a good idea. I could have been red all the way down like the line, otherwise like a true degen. Pickle, tell BlackRock to buy 100 million in the money calls and exercise immediately, please and thank you. SSR is triggered, yeah. Kirk sold Rip It, Citadel, probably. I just sold my 200s and my 210s. And the 510s, because those are ridiculous anyway. I still have my 250s, my 260s, my 280s, and my threes. I'll hold those to the end of today. If you're to exercise out of the money call, would it hit the tape at that price? I mean, you would pay that price. I don't think you can exercise an out of the money call, so it doesn't matter. Was May a roll instead of a cover? Was May a roll instead of a cover? A roll instead of rolling is covering. So you're talking about this run up? This is what happens when they roll. We see, like, after the exposure date is over, which was here, then we see the price action continue up into the roll date. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. I've got a lot of shit going on at my house today. Whoa, AMC way up. What the fuck are you talking about? AMC's down like $3 today. I sold 250 end of day, just theta? Yeah. I think these are bots. Can we get a Cribs episode for the stream soon? No. Coinbase down? Yeah, everyone seems to forget that today is Tuesday. Have you ever seen a stock go from a 52-week high to a 52-week low in one day? Look at SOPA. And it's 50. It's an IPO it's a SPAC, but yeah, this isn't unusual at all. Also, it wasn't at its high today. Its high was 77. It's lost $28 today. But that's what happens with stocks that haven't been in them. They tend to be volatile. Looks like some insiders are selling out hard. You missed some Ko-Fis. Oh, while I was gone? Quick, now that he's gone, everyone tell him AMC just went up a lot. Fuck you, Linux. You missed his Ko-Fi while you were gone. Thanks, Grizz. Thank you, Girk's Lost Chair. Hey, Mr. Pickles, I'm sure you noticed you absolutely nailed that pump and dump. Your 420 commission will be deposited shortly. BlackRock. Put the people jar. Down 80% on my 250/60 weeklies, but I've seen the run I haven't seen the run I expected. Does it still make sense to sell and buy back tomorrow? The only risk is that it runs in after hours. And I think the end of day price action would give us some indication of if it's going to do that or not. So that's why I'm holding them till the end of the day. I'm going to see what happens. If we start ripping into close, then obviously I'm going to hold those overnight. If we don't, then I'm going to ditch them. And if they do rip after close and I have to eat some losses in the morning to buy back into them, so be it. Here's coffee money. Remember the old saying, appear strong when you're weak? Some guy probably. I was trying to figure out how many celebratory emojis Me6 would let me post in honor of your Reddit achievement last night. I see. All right. I forgot to do that. Hold on. You guys are always just testing the limits of Me6, and then I have to unmute you. Where is it? Rules. Muted. All right. You're unmuted. The Morgan Stanley one's a variance swap. I believe that notional is reference to the variance notional relative to 100K Vega notional. I'm doing the math. Strike 217.55 to give variance notional of 229.83. Gives a $22,983 value. Coincident lines up with the current price? Probably not. Dropping it this fast to add volatility, it's going to backfire. Interesting. Thank you and congrats. All good, Chicken Tender Daddy. Thank you. I appreciate the donations, man. Interesting. Okay, so Zinko. He's probably not in the stream. God damn it. Hands up for Power Hour. Oh, I'm trying to figure something out in regards to this volatility thing they opened up today.
2, 1.
Variance swap.
All engine running.
Oh, shit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
God damn it. Jesus. 217. So, what's the bounce back on that? Could they find someone to be the long party here, knowing what's coming, instead of shorting vol like we expect? Suspect isn't been done up until now. I suspect it's hard to find somebody to take the other side of that trade. Yeah, I can't see anybody wanting to be in on that. I've never been blue balled to the song before. Thanks for that. You're welcome. Interesting. Well, if they're slamming the price to enter variance swaps, can you explain the variance swaps? Not to you, man. Huh. Visceral, Pigeon Whale Opus Remix. Oh, new Pigeon Whale jam. Let's test it.
Alright, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs, this one's for you. Fours, just shut up and listen.
Keep this on repeat till close.
I swear to God, we just like chance and Harry Potters.
Turkish copyright infringement. I feel like it needs strobe lights. This is a cult. What are the dues? Trading stocks in Ibiza.
You heard the song. Stop being poor.
That was fucking awesome, Visceral. This is incredible, and based on the amount of people that also hate it, I think it's the perfect song to present that divisiveness between pigeon whales and the poors that we want to try to foment. Almost FOMO'd. Copyright issues? Probably. We'll see. I feel like a sweaty European after hearing that. It's either that or unintentional because of the people selling and it's hurting them. It could have been planned, like you said. Yes, the rebound will be insane. This is what happened after Jan into Feb. Yeah, we talked about this. They crashed it too hard, too fast, and the coil was too hard for them. My gut is that they can internalize and hedge with cash via net capital. Again, like February. So once they run out of cash to use against internalized risk, they'll have to release it into the market. Separate from the swap. You're assuming they're internalizing the risk right now. Yeah, that's what I figured, is that they're internalizing the exposure. Keep the payout curve where it needs to be. I externalized mine into shitty red options. Oh, Atomic. My Ko-Fi got lost in the new Pigeon Whale anthem, but it's okay. I'm up $4 now. Check it out. Calls are still -1, so I'm going to take a credit card out for this Ko-Fi. Thank you so much, Kaiser Dad. AMC running? Yeah, pressure's releasing. If this goes tits up, I'm moving to New York City into Gherkin's place. Don't worry, I'll bring some furniture. All right, man. Is your wife going to divorce you? Is that the kind of situation we're dealing with? Gherkin, do you have room for 2 more adults, 3 kids, 2 dogs, and 2 cats? I have room for 1 more adult. Oh man, everyone's trying to move in with me now. I mean, based on AMC running right now, I would say that they're not doing good at stabilizing that risk. I think it's already starting to dump out. No one's sleeping in my bed. All right, that's it, Quant team. I'm going back to the stream. What's your opinion of DRSing shares? How important is it when MOASS happens? Will all major brokers crash again? I mean, yeah, the brokerages are going to crash at different times, most likely. Especially if like when MOASS occurs, right? Like if when the short squeeze is occurring and the market conditions are like that, you can absolutely expect brokerages to go down. But if brokerages go down, computer share is also going to go down. Since they're not a brokerage, they can't facilitate the sells without the brokerages, right? So if the brokerages are down, then you can't sell out of computer share either. It wouldn't make a difference. I think the primary effect it has is driving up the illiquidity. Please just call BlackRock. I don't know anyone at BlackRock. That's not true. I'm not friends with anyone at BlackRock. Call BlackRock. Do we get back to 245, 250 this week? We could, yeah. Remember their long volatility AMC, right? So if what we think is accurate and their long volatility AMC, short volatility GME, right? Then they want AMC to run before they run GME, right? Because it reduces their margin risk, their tail risk. I think I'm correct in that statement. I think I've nailed that as I understand variance swaps. That's how I just made Ryan Cohen decide to buy his 6.5 million more shares. Dope. Why does everyone think I work for BlackRock? I missed the pigeon whale. Play the song. I already played it. You think it's a bad idea to buy 250, 1231, sell not exercise? That could be, wait. New pigeon whale, more song? All right. You guys are going to get all clubbed out. You're going to have to pop some X to make this fun.
All right, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs, this one's for you. Forrest,
Oh, wait, where?
just shut up and listen.
We didn't get a new pigeon whale. Where? Who was it? Who's the pigeon whale? I haven't paper handed yet. The only thing I sold was my 210s and my 200s. My like in the money ones. My out of the money shit I'm still holding. Kilowatts? Dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale. I appreciate the membership, dude. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to add you to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Oh shit. Why does that do that to me? If the song runs, we run. I feel like I need like glow sticks or something. I feel very naked in the face of this music. Hold on, I've got this. A cigarette. It's more pacifier. All right, one more time for Deppen.
I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed.
Do you think it's been a good idea for me to hold SQQQ for the past few months as a training method for handling losing money in the market?
Shut up and listen.
Possibly. I can't make him dance. I can make him thing go like this. Maybe if I shake the stock enough, it'll go up. I'm shocked the new people stayed and watched the stream. Me too. Markets are closed Thursday.
You heard the song. Stop being poor.
For all of you new people, you'll get used to it. I clipped the pickle party. Someone just sold a 950 put January 23rd. Just one though. Okay, that doesn't matter. Is that a predetermined price of the contract or would it be a market? I believe it's just market price. My husband now has earplugs in. Fuck him, he's no fun anyway. Put a small amount in WeBull, used all of it. Riding it out till the ends is all I can think of to do. Can't buy back in tomorrow if I get out and it runs. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, don't buy weeklies unless you plan on having them tank. They're dangerous, right? We knew this. If you manage to capture your initial buy-in, then you're in a good spot. If you did not, then you probably held on to too much for too long because you're greedy. Could the last 2 days volumes have been covering or more likely Gex? Yesterday's is definitely gamma exposure. Friday, more likely just hedging. Call volume picked up massively last Friday. I walked out to the car to grab something and my headset disconnected and my whole family just heard the pickle party. All right, well, at least they don't think you're trading stocks, right? So you don't have to tell them anything. I'm not apologizing. He's definitely being lame. That new song has me all hyped up. Why didn't they cover T+T today? Because they have until tomorrow. No, I don't think so, Anton. And somewhere like, isn't it like 7.3 million? So it's not quite 8 million. But no, I don't think so. I don't think blackjack's less risky than options. Why price going down? Make lady view up sad. Well, if it's any consolation, all of our volume was traded up here. The only thing I can think of that would, besides shorting, would be like an institutional sell and like a chunky one. And I can't think of any institutions holding a big enough position in GameStop to drop our price. How can I internalize the loss like Citadel? Oh, you can't. That's what I said, but no. Apparently shooting craps is a more reliable way to make money than options trading. That's definitely not true. Alvin Koo, welcome to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. All right, so if they're entering, well, hold on. Thank you so much for that membership, dude. I've been trying to spread bet strategy with a small amount of money I didn't mind losing. So glad I didn't use more. I'm absolutely awful at this. No, not RC Ventures selling. They can't. They would have to make an announcement. How confident are you that they haven't covered their T+2 exposure yet? Pretty confident. Some dude posted about the VIX weekly closeout being shifted today because of the holiday. Just information on saying it has to do with the price or it doesn't. Could if they shifted. Hold on. So if they, weekly closeout shifted shifted to today. From Monday. You sure it wasn't shifted from today to tomorrow? How much value will my 260C weekly lose in theta if I hold overnight? Some. What happens when you pickle a diamond? You get a black rock. We had 10 million volumes traded in the last 3 days. Isn't it possible this is enough? I don't think so. You're talking, that's not 10 million buy volume, first of all. Right, Hugie? That's 10 million volume. Most of today's volume has been short and sell volume. Yeah, I don't think so. I think maybe we've seen about 4 or 5 million volume worth of covering so far, if that. And I think there's still significantly more for them to cover. Playing Russian roulette has better odds at making money than options trading. No, that's just blatantly incorrect. Options can be a very safe investment. Weeklies aren't, but I told everyone that. They knew. Bad GDP, inflation, jobless numbers. It's possible. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Maybe that's why last year Tuesday was super red too. Yeah. Do you think charts may be attempting to adapt and change cycles based on the fact that they can easily read our DD in public? I mean, they can try to push things out and shift the time frames in which they do things, but those things still have to occur within those expected windows, right? So like if they move the covering up or move it back, like it still has to occur within the same window, and it's not like a big time frame that they have to do it, especially for these T+2 windows. Like they only have like a couple days to like move that price action around. Is it possible for them not to cover tomorrow? Yeah. If they've covered and gamma exposure is actually that low after we closed $30 above max pan last week, then it's that low. We'll have some gamma exposure from this next Monday and Tuesday from the run up this week, and then Wednesday we'll know if they're rolling their futures contracts or not. See, here's the thing: is like the people that got burned are very vocal, but what about all the people that made shitloads of money on the run on Friday and Monday? Because there's a lot of those too. That's not how that works. Quick name. Well, if they internalize all the risk from the contracts, then psst, hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. I appreciate that. 500 shares net negative OBV. So best like 1.25 million shares covered along. More has been sold today than bought. Yeah. So $500 million. That's crazy. I'm somewhere between losing and winning. What can we expect if they roll their futures? More volume and upward price action. I mean, yeah, from a conservative standpoint, it does not currently look like it's going to continue running. But it should. It's a tricky situation. You either have faith in the DD or you don't. I don't give a shit. My cost basis is covered. Wasn't the original thesis 1124 run? Yeah. I mean, I made it 1124 because that was the last day for them to cover. I'll drop some out of the money shit near close just because it's out of the money and the theta decay will kill it. But I'm going to keep most of it. Yeah, I still have more money to buy weeklies tomorrow too. Didn't you also say dip before the run? I did. But they don't have to cover tomorrow. No, they do. So maybe not as much exposure as you previously thought. They could have already covered what they needed. I still don't think they've covered. How do you feel about that cup and handle on the 2 hour? I don't have 2 hour open. Is it on the 1? This? Handle's a bit low. We're speculating that they may have that they're internalizing some of the loss currently. If they need to keep the payout curve at a specific price point. Sweating but bullish. That's the idea. What out of the money weeklies you getting end of day? I'm selling out of the money weeklies at end of day. I might buy more in the morning. What's the absolute minimum amount of volume you expect to see between now and close this Friday? For them to cover? I would still expect like big volume days. Like at least 5 million plus. Could they have T+2 from today as well? For what? For the shorting? If they use synthetic shorts, then yeah. It means that they're using their margin to back the loss on their gamma exposure while they drive the price down. I'm glad I got November 26 calls. I'm still bullish, only paper trading though. So if there's no price action tomorrow, is your theory dead? No. Not at all. The price action, if it has occurred in it to its full extent, has occurred, is more than enough price action to confirm the thesis moving forward. Still went up $50 in 2 days, right? That doesn't, how would that defeat the theory? It would just mean that they covered early and that they didn't have a lot to cover. It would indicate that their gamma exposure was minimal, which is odd. People still holding a lot. Yeah, I mean, they're down a lot. Your conservative estimate was 225 to 250, and we hit 250 this morning. Yeah. If they cover from this point, from like 216, I still think that a test of 250 is in the cards. Thoughts on the two gamma spikes, DD? I think we just saw a gamma spike occur on November 3rd because people FOMOing into that run up to 250. They can't cover gamma early, but they can hedge, right? So if they started hedging Friday appropriately, right, that could reduce exposure on Tuesday. We didn't run it all today, so this is very unlikely that this is the case. But then Monday, they cover exposure. If their exposure really was this minimal, and then Tuesday, they can drop the price, right? I still think they haven't covered sufficient volume. I could be wrong. Obviously, I have no way of telling how much volume they need to cover besides historical data. People don't understand that the thesis is everything on this on what? Why do you include Friday's price action in your theory when you said they can only cover the GEX cycles GEX from yesterday? They can hedge in advance of the GEX. They cannot cover it. So if they hedge here, it can reduce the GEX on Monday on T+2. So by appropriately hedging the FOMO into options, they will have reduced gamma exposure the following week. How many Citadel interns do you think are assigned to this stream? I have no idea. I feel fine. It's not, the window is not closed, right? Everyone still is just like assuming it's over, but the 23rd was Linux's day in the first place. I've always said that they had until the 24th to cover. You can go watch 300 different video clips of me saying that. They still have until the 24th to cover. Nothing's changed. Yeah, they need to wait, what? Hold on. Let me make sure I'm answering this correctly. If they're internalizing the risk right now, it's going to push their balance sheet to the limits, right? So if they're internalizing the risk in order to like get this swap and move it, then, you know, eventually they're going to have to release that risk and cover. Like they can't just hold that risk for like days on end. Yeah, I absolutely think it could still run tomorrow. Tomorrow is still the T+2 window. It's not over yet. No, the price is red today. All is lost. Okay. I did expect them to do it yesterday and not today, but you know, whatever. They mix it up, right? And this is why weeklies are risky. It makes sense for them to cover the rest tomorrow and drop today to scare people into selling today. Otherwise, if price goes upward continually, make it easier for people to hold. Yeah. They hedged last Friday, covered 1% slightly early, and pushed the bulk of covering to the last minute, knowing retail was buying 1126 calls to try to devalue those out. Yes. ETF exposure T+3 to cover. It is. This has nothing to do with this is ETF options exposure, which has nothing to do with ETF FTDs. Cass. Man, the stock goes red today, and just everyone doesn't understand how the theory works all of a sudden. You know, they didn't cover the risk earlier. How? Because the stock didn't go up. Does daily short volume count towards the volume they can use to cover? No. Wouldn't that have been reflected in the delta, meaning we could have estimated a lower amount needed to cover GEX? Possibly, but gamma exposure spiked today. So if they're internalizing it, then it will blow up. They can only hold on to it for so long. And look how hard like AMC ran from its dip. What do the other basket stocks look like? Has anybody looked at them? What's Cost doing? Cost does weird shit because it has no options. Cost came up. BBBY bounced. Not significantly. Nordstrom's came back almost all the way up to open. I wonder if this is part of it. Maybe. Have to look into that. Jeez. Macy's almost back up to open. What else? The cycle last year had Tuesday down all day. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're still tracking with last year's cycle. If it runs tomorrow and hits, say, let's say the 280-ish level, which then being able to push us this low today, what do you think would be the new floor? Possibly the EMA 60. I think the EMA 60 is already moved up on this run. The EMA 60 is at like 186 now, or the 120. I'm sorry, the EMA 60 is at 177. The 60, which is what we bounced off of here, right? We bounced off the 20 here. Is at 208. So I would say that the floor, we've kind of switched over. Our divergence is bullish right now. So, and I think we're still holding above the EMA like 12. So I would say that like the 30 is probably the max low for the moment. And that's at like 203. Dropping below that right now on this, at least on this run, would be pretty significant because like our uptrend is holding from back here, right? Guess it's more like that, but yeah, we're holding that uptrend on the daily. Goes to Dan. Everybody needs to chill out. I was once a sales. Sorry, I missed this. I was once a sales executive in a billion-dollar firm. I always try to think about the other sides of this trade from that view. We would strategize on how to fuck with our competition. That's all that's happening. Don't let them get to you. Thanks, man. Yeah, I agree. No, theta isn't just applied overnight. It's a constant. Theta's constantly applied. If run tomorrow hits, let's say 280-ish. Okay, I answered that. Lol at you for thinking the price needs to go up when they cover. It does. Gherkin growth possible to cover tomorrow, but why sell your out of the money today? I'm gonna hold on to the 400s. I mean, I'm not selling the Januaries because most of mine are still up. I might get rid of these so I can reposition in the morning. Tissman. That's why. So like these further out of the money ones, I could buy back in the morning and get closer strikes for about the same amount of money. DDS? Oh, what's DDS doing? Jesus Christ, it ripped all day. Well, there's some covering. So if they're internalizing this whole position, they're going to slowly cover each one, right? They don't want them all running together because that would just be catastrophic for them. So if they internalize it all, and we've seen this happen so many times before, I don't know why anybody's shocked. You know, they'll cover one, then they'll cover the next, then they'll cover the next. We saw this with, you know, BBBY November 3rd with the ETF. When the ETF FTDs came due, we saw them stagger the covering there. IWM is near open. Plus we have SSR to going into tomorrow. Where did you end up dumping the rest of your under 300 weeklies? Did you end up? No, I just dumped my in the money contracts. So my 210s and my 200s. I didn't dump my 220s. I still have those. I still have my 240s, 250s, 260s, 280s, 300s, and a few 350s. And I have those 400s in WeBull and some 950s. Some of which I bought last week, which are in the money, and some of which I bought yesterday, which are now down 30%. This is exactly how they can make everyone the most nervous. They see a bunch of calls, weeklies, etc. in the option chain and know exactly what to do to frazzle the most people the most. We're going to be good tomorrow. I still have faith in the DD. I'm still holding like a chunk of my weekly position, so I haven't sold out of it. I don't intend to. If I take the losses, it's fine. I've covered my cost basis, but I don't think I'll see losses. Yeah, SSRs. I don't think it's super relevant, but it's a plus. It doesn't hurt us. What longs? We're the only longs. I don't think there's a lot of institutional interest in GameStop. I think that's pretty evident. At least not on the long side of it, right? And even if people do know, they're probably just like, oh yeah, that's a big fucking Citadel play. Stay away from it, and they just don't buy into it because it's risky. TTM going off on the 1 and 3, bullish going in tomorrow. Not my favorite signal on a short time frame. View out for Jimmy is still at 230 for the day, yeah. Volume occurs after hours pre-market. We're worth it to hold slightly out of the money weekly, 230 or 250s. Yeah, I think I want to sell down to my like 350s at the top. I'm gonna hold the Januaries just because that's like an IV play, and I'm like I can wait till December for those to pick up interest. I can average them down, but I think I'm gonna get out of like the 400s. That's the only one I really want to get out of tonight. But I'm keeping everything sub 300. Maybe it won't. Fuck it. I've already lost 70% on him. Might as well just hold him. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold everything. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my 280s overnight. I'm just gonna hold it all. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go. Maybe. Any in the money put spot? Nope. Now this is pod racing. I still haven't seen in the money puts coming in. So the signal that they're done covering and getting out of their position has still not showed up. Could the holiday weekend have any implication on covering? No, the holiday falls after the T+2 window. Is there enough volume available after hours and pre-market to cover so they minimize options chain gains? If they cover in the pre-market, they're going to drive the price up a lot more than they would if they covered during the day. So if they start covering right after close tonight and drive the price back up to 250 by market open tomorrow, on market open, all of those options are going to be worth a shitload of money because the IV is going to spike massively. Do you trust Gary Gensler to do the right thing? I think you have different. He doesn't give a shit about us. That's nothing to do with us. You think he's gonna like come in and nobody's coming in to save the day, which in some ways is good, in some ways is bad. Is there enough volume available after hours and pre-market to cover? Wouldn't letting it run after hours price out options again tomorrow when most have spent most of their capital? Yeah, it could. Do you forgive me for being a degenerate? If you didn't take any profits in that entire run, then no. How did they short it this much? Well, if people sold their options off, right, the cash settled, then whatever they use to hedge, they can sell off, right? And since people are running out of the options chain like crazy, the price can come down. Does that mean they've covered yet? No. You think Cat seems so covering? Oh, no, my pickle. I need him. Nice round, Mad. Yeah, Cat's coming up nicely. Very nicely. I think my 210s are back in the money again. Ooh, my 220s are up too. It's still the same movement expected. It just hasn't occurred to the degree expected yet. Spaghetti's all right. All my homies hate Theta. It's a bitch. How many people lost money today from this dude's advice? My advice was to not buy weeklies, so I don't know. Did you? Vornam, thank you so much, man. I love the shills too. Fuck them. Are you Italian? How come you never say ciao? I'm not that kind of. I didn't grow up there. No, they have the exact amount of leeway that we thought. Ding ding. All right, guys. Rough day. Let's see if they rip it in after hours. I kind of want to watch for a couple minutes. I want to see if they just start deleveraging immediately. Yeah, volume picked up a little bit going into after hours. That's why I'm curious. Lost some on weekly so far, but up on my Feb calls a decent amount. Yeah, my Feb and January calls are fucking doing great. Which, you know, that was what I told people was don't take the risk. Buy long-term options. They're safe. I know poor people are going to take the risk. But that's the tax on hope, right? Like you take the risk and you get burned. That's what happens. I never said that, you know, anybody was becoming a millionaire off weeklies. I said it was highly unlikely. Fucking ridiculous. It was pushed as likely, but it still ran, did it not? Did those options not all print at various points? If you didn't take profits, then you're greedy. Are you going to make a DD explaining today? SS is going nuts. Fuck them, idiots. What am I going to explain? I already see the questions coming in on my Reddit chat. Explain to them that they bought weekly options and got burned. There's no FTDs. We'll see what happens in the morning. Price target mañana? Don't know yet. Need to see the volume come in first. SEC reports due Feb 24th, May 25th, August 24th, and November 24th. These are significant dates for starts of runs. Your November 24th date is likely still correct. Yeah, I agree. If they start covering tomorrow morning, how long do they have? Tomorrow? How long does it take for after hours volume to start showing up? That depends. How do you make sense of today's price action? We're thinking that variance swaps were opened and the price was dropped in order to satisfy the swaps and keep them in line with their projection. If that's the case, then they internalized a massive amount of risk to get the price down to that level. It doesn't look like they borrowed a lot of shares, but our volume wasn't very high today, so they didn't really need to, right? People sold out of their options, which helps them deleverage from their hedge. You know, further bringing the price down. I think that's the biggest part of the thesis that people aren't understanding yet is that this is our game. This isn't some long fund manipulating. It's retail that's pushing, that can push the market. Like that's one of the points I was trying to get across, and maybe I failed to do that. But the SEC report clearly defines the manner in which we ran the stock in January. The same manner in which Wall Street Bets is able to pump every stock that they fucking jump in on. It's retail. Retail could leverage. Retail is significantly powerful. For all we know, they haven't covered a fucking goddamn thing. And the run on Friday and Monday are simply due to retail FOMOing into options and retail stealing money from itself. Right? Retail's the whale. You're talking about millions and millions of people with hundreds to thousands of dollars invested, and that is significantly more money than Citadel has under management. Citadel can't move a stock the way retail can. See you tomorrow, J-Dubs. That's the point. First and last time I'll ever say this, but clip this. Clip it, clip it, clip it. Okay, fine. I don't know when it started. I'll figure it out. Everyone talks about like Citadel manipulating the price, but we have the same amount of power they do, if not more. Look at the position we put them in last year. Look at the positions we've put them in all throughout this year. Ron, Matt, thank you so much, man. You know, everybody wants to dismiss it, but it's backed by data. I understand the turn of the coin, the one wrong day, even though it wasn't it's not wrong yet. They're so ready to pounce on everything being wrong, and that doesn't necessarily make it true. Who's sympathizing with the hedgies? I've told everyone the risks. They're aware. That's not the point, though. Yeah, Citadel is. I don't think they did this to discredit me, but they should be afraid of options. All right, guys. Thanks, big boy money haver. I just want to feed back to you that you were very clear to avoid weeklies unless you were prepared to lose money. Thank you. I know. I warned people as much as I could. I knew that wasn't going to stop people, but I did warn them. And that's fine. It's not the weeklies that are important, right? It's the scope of the whole thesis that matters. And it is far bigger than just weekly options. That's the thing that worries me, is because everyone's so ready to jump on the it's wrong bandwagon, right? And to say options are wrong, but they're not. I see a lot of people buying weeklies. I'm sure you said to avoid them. I did. And there is tomorrow. It's not over yet. I'm not sure how long they can internalize for. Not long. I mean, it looks like they've already deleveraged on other basket stocks. So GameStop will be within whatever time frame they have. The internalizing of the orders makes things a little wonky, but I'd imagine if they were trying to get us to a specific price level in order to pack that variance swap, and then the market is going to have to realize that risk at some point. They can't just carry it around. See you guys at open. All right, I'm going to take off. Aftermarket looks kind of uneventful for right now. If anything comes up, I'll make note of it on the Discord. Thank you guys all so much for following along, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Not an advisor. Frigulon.